So Anna, I think I've started the live stream. Can you just double check for me?
Yes, you are good, Marguerite.
Awesome. I'm always excited when I do that part. Excited, scared I'm going to mess it up. Excited that it actually happens. So team members, hopefully all of you have made it back to your computers and you are ready to go. I'm going to log us in so we can get going. Good morning to those of you who are watching on YouTube. I am Marguerite Austin with the Recreation and Conservation Office, and today I'm here with a group of volunteers who are all poised to score and rank projects that are being submitted by applicants for across the state. We are evaluating riparian protection category of the Washington Wildlife and Recreation Program. We will score those projects and finish that scoring today. And then those ranked lists will be provided to the Recreation and Conservation Funding Board for their approval, and then on to the governor and the legislature for funding. I hope you enjoy watching these project proposals. And if you want to learn more about our agency, you may visit our website at www.rco.wa.gov. And we're going to get started with our first presentation of the day. All right, I am going to upload, and I want to make sure Nassau River is first, I believe. And I am going to turn over controls. And Nadia, am I turning over the controls to you?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Okay, so now why don't you double click to see if you have control? Good job. And then
I
you know
do.
how to move back and forth. Excellent. And I have my trusty little timer in front of me. And if you are ready, you may begin.
Hi, everyone. I'm presenting the Nassau River Estuary Conservation Project to you today. My name is Nadia Gardner. I'm the Conservation Manager for Columbia Land Trust out of our coastal office. I'm joined today by Noah Delanajek with the Chinook Indian Nation, who are supporting the acquisition and will co-steward the property if we're successful. The project is located in Pacific County in the southwest corner of Washington. Zooming into Pacific County, the project site, which is outlined here in red, is in the Willapa Hills on the Nassau River estuary, just upstream from Willapa Bay. The property, shown again here in red, is on Highway 101 that links Aberdeen to the north and the community of Nassau to the east to the Long Beach Peninsula. The project goal is to conserve 117 acres of high quality habitat through land acquisition and active management. We will purchase the property, record a permanent deed restriction to ensure long-term protection, develop a stewardship plan, and then implement the plan and steward the property for wildlife habitat forever. In terms of acquisition benefits, the 117-acre property has a real nice diversity of habitats. It has more than 2.5 riparian miles and 37 acres of riparian areas. It includes the Nassau River estuary main stem and side channels, as well as 2 forest streams. Riparian areas are defined as 200 feet from the estuary, streams, and wetlands. As you can see here, there are 61 acres of estuarine intertidal wetlands and 19 acres on non-riparian upland forest. The non-riparian upland temperate Sitka spruce hemlock forest is just 16% of the project site, and it provides shelter and food for a diversity of wildlife species. It supports ecological processes to support riparian resources and wildlife. The property will be acquired in fee simple ownership and protected in perpetuity. As part of this grant, an RCO deed of right will be placed on the property. In addition, a U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service notice of grant agreement from the Coastal Wetlands Program will be recorded, requiring all owners to protect its riparian and wetland habitats. Due to the rich mosaic of habitats on the site, the project will benefit an incredible diversity of wildlife. The tidal marsh and mudflats, riparian areas, and upland forest will support a multitude of coastal and forest-dependent fish, birds, mammals, and amphibians. Here we see Eulicon, marble murrelet, and western bumblebee. All will benefit from the project. This is a list of the many priority wildlife that will benefit from the project. Fish include salmon and steelhead, coastal cutthroat trout, federally threatened North American green sturgeon, and Eulicon. Pacific lamprey, a Washington species of greatest conservation need, and many other forage fish. Priority amphibians include red-legged frog, Van Dyke, duns, and Columbia torrent salamanders, all Washington species of greatest conservation need. All have either been observed on the property or very nearby in similar habitats. Also, the project site hosts numerous high priority birds listed here. Federally threatened marble murrelets have been observed in the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, DNR, and Nature Conservancy-owned forests very near the site. They will benefit from the protection of shoreline habitat supporting forage fish prey species, including herring and perch. In the long term, mature forests will also provide nesting habitats. The most abundant waterfowl at the site, American widgeon, mallard, green-winged teal, and northern pintail, are all priority species under the North American Waterfowl Management Plan. And benefiting birds that are species of greatest conservation need in Washington include peregrine falcon and band-tailed pigeon, merlin, purple martin, and western grebe. Shorebirds include willet, marbled godwit, and red knot. American white and brown pelican will benefit. And finally, elk, bear, bobcat, and cougar are mammals that will benefit from the project. Numerous pollinators are also likely to use the site, including western bumblebee, which is a federal candidate, swallowtails, blues, and painted ladies. The property salt marsh and riparian areas host Henderson checker mallow, several varieties of willow, shown here with a bee, vine maple, red dogwood, elderberry, salmonberry, thimbleberry, osier plum, twinberry, and Douglas aster, shown here with a painted lady. The forest provides salal, evergreen huckleberry, and red flowering currant, among other flowering plants for pollinators. The project site will be managed for diverse native plants blooming close to year-round to support pollinators, as well as other wildlife. The project has incredible habitat connectivity extending its benefits. To the north is private timberland and then Department of Natural Resource Trust land. To the east and west are undeveloped private properties here and here. They're potential future acquisitions. We've included them in a geographic envelope for this grant and hope to acquire them next. Adjacent to the east here with green stripes is a Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife property. South across the river here is the Nature Conservancy's Ellsworth Preserve. And in the larger landscape, you can see here the wide variety of public lands surrounding the property, again in red. The Willapa Refuge here in green is 21,000 acres focused primarily on migratory birds, but they've also done a large-scale dike removal around here, benefiting fish species and a lot of forest restoration. Washington Department of Natural Resources manages 23,000 acres in trust lands in Pacific County. Their properties in green to the east and north of the project site. They manage also conservation areas such as the Nacelle Ridge Natural Resource Conservation Area and the South Nema NRCA just north of the project site, and several natural area preserves. Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife manages the Johns River Wildlife Area, Nacelle River Unit for wildlife and recreational access, and 3 of their properties are just up and downstream here on the property. The Nature Conservancy owns this 8,000 acre Ellsworth Creek Preserve, which they are restoring to old growth forest, and also working with the Pacific Conservation District to restore fish passage to the tidal wetlands right across from the project site. And finally, Columbia Land Trust has conserved 4,600 acres around Willapa Bay, seen in orange. We manage hundreds of acres just 2 miles north on Willapa Bay and the Nema River and Seal Sioux right here. We have an MOU with the Chinook Indian Nation focused on ensuring that stewardship across our properties in Chinook territory are cooperative between the land trust and the tribe. Together, these lands and how they're managed will have far-reaching and significant impact on riparian and watershed health. The project is supported by 4 international plans, 5 national plans, 6 Washington plans, and 5 local plans. For example, the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Pacific Region Partners for Fish and Wildlife and Coastal Program Strategic Plan identifies Southwest Washington Coast and Willapa Bay as top priorities for conservation. Goals include conservation of habitat that contributes to the recovery of listed species to meet the objectives of the North American Waterfowl Management Plan and the U.S. Shorebird Conservation Plan. The Washington State Wildlife Action Plan and Washington Natural Heritage Plan identify numerous high priority species and habitats. At least 17 priority wildlife species will benefit from the project. The Heritage Program identifies Lingby's sedge high salt marsh at the site and classifies it as rare, state sensitive, and imperiled. With protection, the forest provides habitat continuity and will mature into rare old-growth Sitka spruce, western hemlock, western sword fern forest classified as state threatened. Also, the project comes out of Columbia Land Trust Conservation Agenda, a comprehensive conservation planning effort based on GIS mapping and analysis, as well as ground truthing. Beyond traditional wildlife and habitat occurrences, it integrates climate change and community engagement into the strategy. The agenda identifies the Willapa Hills and Estuary as a Tier 1 conservation opportunity area with the goals of giving rivers room to move and flood naturally and conserving the last remaining large undeveloped properties with coastal wetlands. Finally, the Pacific County Strategic Plan for Salmon Recovery emphasizes preserving and protecting salmon habitats, including riparian areas, floodplains, and estuaries in Willapa Bay. The Nacelle River Estuary is called out as a high priority. The project is an anchor site. Next, we hope to acquire the 50 acres here in yellow. The landowner is a willing seller. Also, the landowner of this 65-acre property outlined here has said if we're successful, he'll consider donating the property for conservation as well. The project site is the highest priority now because the primary property owner has a terminal illness. He wants to see the property conserved before he dies. If not successful, the heirs will sell the property and will likely be home sites in the near future, precluding conservation. As for community engagement and support, the project is in a rural, dispersed, unincorporated community. It's also an acquisition project that involves sensitive landowner negotiations. So thus far, discussions have been mostly focused on partners and neighboring property owners. Columbia Land Trust and the Chinook Indian Nation are leading the project. U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, Department of Ecology, and the Calliope Foundation are funders. U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife, the Nature Conservancy, Department of Natural Resources are neighbors and are all aware and support the project. The Pacific Conservation District is doing nearby salmon restoration project, and the Pacific Birds Habitat Joint Venture developed our bird list. Pacific County government has been notified and we're in conversation about the project. These partners here have provided letters of support for the proposal or are key funding partners or both. Columbia Land Trust is the applicant in strong partnership with the Chinook. We are dedicated to conserving and caring for the vital lands, waters, and wildlife of the Columbia River region through sound science and strong relationships. The Land Trust has conserved over 60,000 acres of land in our region, shown here, and we steward currently around 40,000 acres. I'll pass the, go ahead, Noah.
Yeah. Thanks, Nadia. Good to meet everybody, at least digitally, and see names here. My name is Noah Delinajek. I am the Lands and Planning Coordinator for the Chinook Indian Nation. Chinook peoples have been on this landscape since the time that humans emerged here. It's worth knowing that Chinook territory encompasses the Willapa Bay to Tillamook Head in what is now Oregon, and up the Great River to Clatskanie on both sides. Our tribe has been dedicated to caring for land and water as a way of life for thousands of years and intend on continuing that tradition. We have a land and culture department that work in unison to ensure that the stewardship of our places is done in a culturally and ecologically complete way. We have a wonderful relationship with Columbia Land Trust, codified by an MOU that clarifies our common goals and collaborative practices for work done in traditional Chinook territory. Of those shared goals, collaborating on acquisitions such as this one, as well as the stewardship planning and long-term stewardship, are included. It is our intent that the tribe work with the land trust to complete this acquisition and eventually regain ownership of the land with a continued commitment to co-stewardship. In addition to this project, we share a Washington Sea Grant Coastal Resilience Fellow and are working on developing co-stewardship and management plans for properties across Chinook territory, among other things that we do in the partnership. Quick context, in 2001, the tribe achieved federal recognition after a decades-long battle, only to have it unjustly stripped just 18 months later. The tribe is working diligently and confidently with a bipartisan and dual state delegation to restore that rightful recognition in the coming years. In the meantime, we operate as a tribal-led 501c3 in order to continue our important work to preserve culture, stewardship, and community. The tribe has met with Don Pullen and Kim Sellers. Don Pullen is the Tribal Affairs Director for RCO. Kim Sellers is the Outdoor Grants Manager, who have agreed that the tribe is indeed an eligible organization. We are now going through the process to confirm that eligibility via the appropriate processes and channels. If successful, CLT will lead the acquisition of property with assistance from the tribe. As eligible entities working together as co-sponsors, there is no question that this property will be stewarded in perpetuity. Back to you, Nadia.
In terms of stewardship and funding, a stewardship plan will be co-written within 6 months of closing. To a large extent, the ecology of the site is really, is intact and functioning.
Just hit your back arrow, Nadia.
I am trying, but it is
And
disappeared.
do it again. You're doing right. So back arrow.
It's invisible.
Oh, don't look at the screen. Do you have a keyboard in front of you?
Yeah, okay. Oh, it's not working that way. Okay.
And one more, I think. Let's go.
Okay, thank you. In terms of stewardship, here's some beautiful property photos that we were lucky enough to get. Historically logged, the Sitka spruce hemlock forest is now about 40 years old on average. It's overstocked. It regrew in a more unnatural form. So it would really benefit from management to put it on a trajectory to a more natural structure so that it'll develop the old growth characteristics that are necessary for wildlife, especially marbled marrowlet, over time. Columbia Land Trust is an expert in forest restoration. We've done quite a lot of restoration in nearby coastal forests to improve wildlife habitat and have learned a lot through the process. Variable density thinning is a sustainable forestry practice that enhances structural diversity by creating skips and gaps and varied thinning intensities. It also involves leaving snags and rotating the largest and less common trees, such as western cedar. Beyond forest management, stewardship will center on maintaining the forest and controlling invasive species, of which there are very few currently, and managing access, and finally monitoring the site to inform adaptive management. Initial stewardship included in this grant includes the stewardship plan, baseline monitoring, signage, and initial invasive plant control, but the forestry work will be funded separately through state and federal programs. As to risks that might prevent success in stewardship goals, challenges might include littering or dumping, ongoing invasive species, or limits on funding. A changing climate is also a risk for any of our projects. The partners feel confident that with our experience and resources, we have the capacity to limit the risks so that the riparian and other habitats will continue to support priority wildlife into the future. Columbia Land Trust has 50 staff with 27-member stewardship team and a $15 million stewardship fund. Those support property maintenance and monitoring. We also have a cadre of volunteers and partners supporting land management and restoration. We are an accredited land trust with the Land Trust Alliance. The Chinook Indian Nation brings additional community, cultural, and traditional ecological knowledge to the project. There are 3 Chinook staff working on this project. All 3 are here today. Thanks for coming, guys. Our joint capacity, experience, and funding will allow us to successfully care for these habitat lands into the future. This property and its habitats are definitely threatened. As I said, the property owner has a terminal illness and he wants to see the property conserved before he dies. If not successful, his heirs will sell the property. It will likely be converted into multiple home sites in the near future, precluding conservation forever. This is a really desirable location for retirement and vacation homes. The property has beautiful views and great river access for fishing and other recreational activities. This up here in the left corner is a view from the property, and you can see houses being developed right across the river that are very similar on smaller and smaller lots. The property zoning is not adequate to protect it. It can be subdivided into 5-acre lots, as been done just up and downstream. Here's an example of that, which is located just right here on this map. An ambitious developer could get at least 8 to 10 lots out of the upland property of just 50 acres. This subdivision downstream has 5-acre lots and homes. Here's a house that's actually for sale right now for over $1 million in that subdivision. And each of those lots could have at least 1 home with a septic system, adding contamination. The homeowners would want views, and so trees would be removed along the Nassau River and its tidal wetlands. The forest could also be logged by future owners, which would negatively impact streams and wetlands. Because the forest streams are smaller and above the highway don't host anadromous fish, forest rules allow timber harvest remarkably close to them. Logging would result in warmer water, less large wood, so critical to amphibians, fish, and other wildlife. And in the long term, the forest wouldn't provide the needed mature and old growth forest habitat. A changing climate is also a threat. The Nassau River salt marsh has been identified in the Nature Conservancy Resilient Land Mapping Tool as a migration space for tidal habitat, shown here. Its protection will allow inland migration, and the forest will be increasingly threatened by wildfire. However, if we buy it, forest restoration will increase resilience to wildfire, as well as blowdown and increased storm events. This project provides multiple benefits to local communities as well as statewide. It builds upon thousands of acres around Willapa Bay, conserved and stewarded for wildlife and community benefit. The project provides fire prevention and climate resiliency, as already noted. Beyond the inland migration benefits for habitat, it will allow for flooding mitigation in case of high water events. Having a healthy forest also slows and absorbs water, preventing flooding that way. And the trees will provide shade, cooling water downstream. The project supports the fishing and shellfish aquaculture industries and the business and families that depend on them. And the project also benefits the tourism industry. Willapa Bay and the Long Beach Peninsula are much loved vacation areas. In 2020, the annual visitor spending provided $192 million and thousands of jobs. Accommodation and food services alone accounted for 925 jobs. People come for outdoor recreation, which this property provides. The diverse habitats provide ample opportunities for recreation. Because they're public waters, the Nassau River estuary and tidal wetlands are currently used for boating, fishing, hunting, wildlife watching, and that will continue. The upland forest is currently not open and will be from this project. We expect primary recreation to be hiking, hunting, wildlife watching, and foraging. The stewardship plan will set the stage for sustainable public access, ensuring that recreation will not negatively impact conservation values. In terms of education, the project will support environmental as well as cultural education and traditional ecological knowledge. The Chinook Indian Nation will use the site to provide youth and adult members with opportunities for traditional fishing and plant gathering practices. These activities will help sustain cultural traditions and deepen community ties to the landscape while maintaining the property's ecological health. Columbia Land Trust works closely with scientists to further ecological understanding of habitats and species, and that will continue with this property. We look forward to partnering with both professional and citizen science for work here. Thank you for letting us share this important project. We'd be happy to answer any questions that you have.
Thank you, Nadia. Questions or comments from team members? Nadia, is this an image for that particular property that you're trying to buy?
It is. This is a drone view of the high salt marsh and tidal channels on the Nisal River estuary right in front of you. Can see Highway 101 just there on the left. Pretty incredible.
Oh, yeah, I see. Thank you. Rachel, did you have a question or a comment that you wanted to make?
I've got a quick question. Thanks, Nadia and Noah. That was a great presentation. And you might have said this and I just blinked and missed it. Can you review for us one more time how this project fits into state or regional planning priorities?
Yes, I did. I went over many of the different plans. You know, you go through one by one, all the different plans that apply to from the feds as well as the state. You know, of course, the State Wildlife Action Plan is one of our primary bases for the work that we do. And so, you know, I think there's 17 priority species at least identified in that plan, you know, more broadly. And then in the Heritage Program, there's specific habitats that they're looking to protect, including that high salt marsh that we just saw in that last image. It's relatively rare and has been damaged in many areas in the state. So having that intact protection is incredibly important. And then honestly, like much of the old growth, of course, throughout our state is gone. And so what we're trying to do now is, you know, protect what's left, but also restore forests that are a little bit older into that old growth characteristics in time to be able to support the wildlife that rely upon them. So, you know, one of our primary, you know, bird loves in this area is marbled murrelet, the elusive seabird that only lays one egg on an old growth forest limb once a year, and flies back and forth to the ocean to provide its chick food. So, you know, those are some of the reasons why we're doing the work.
Perfect. That's perfect. I just missed it somehow first time through.
Great. Thank you, Rachel.
Any other questions or comments or clarifications?
I had one question that I may have also missed during the presentation, so I apologize if this is duplicative. When you were talking through the threats to the habitat, I may have missed you talk more about the Shoreline Master Program regulations, and I'm wondering if you wouldn't mind repeating yourself or if you could cover that in a little bit more detail on whether or not that's applicable here.
Such a great question, Sydney. I wish I had done more research around the Shoreline Master Program in Pacific County. I think, you know, what I can only say is, you know, look what's done up and downstream so far. But I look forward. I tell you what, I will do some research on that, and I'd love to get back to you on that.
Thank you.
So Nadia, if you have a response, just send it to me, and
Okay.
then I can make sure that to evaluate theirs. Any other questions or? Well, thank you very much, Nadia. Are you presenting the next one, or is somebody else going to do that one?
Moving on to some other staff members. Thank you so much, Marguerite. I look forward to watching.
All right, and we will share the results with you and Noah probably in a couple of weeks. So thank you. Thanks,
everybody.
Noah.
Thank you.
I'm going to pull up our next presentation. Nate,
Hey, Marguerite.
hi. Is Sam with you?
Yes, I am.
Oh, good. I'm gonna change my little view over here. Okay. And I am going to turn over controls to you folks.
Test.
I'm going to take my hands off of it. All right, why don't you double click to make sure you have control? Okay, I see the cursor moving around. And you might use your arrow keys. Okay, good job. I am going to reset my timer here. So when you are ready, you may begin.
Great. Good morning, everyone. My name is Nate Ulrich. I'm the Conservation Director at Columbia Land Trust, and I'm here today with Sam Hillman, our Conservation Manager for the East Cascades. We're presenting Phase 3, the final phase of the Klickitat Oaks Conservation Initiative. This third phase seeks to conserve both Dead Canyon and Willis Canyon, tributaries to the Klickitat River. This opening image is from the project site, and unless we say otherwise, all landscape photos are from the project site. Species photos may not be. Klickitat Oaks Phase 3 is located in Klickitat County in the south central region of our state, as indicated by the red star. This map shows the lower half of the Klickitat River watershed. To orient you, the Columbia River is at the bottom, the Yakima Nation Reservation is at the top in gray, and the Gifford Pinchot National Forest is to the far west. State and federal public lands are in green, and Columbia Land Trust conserved lands are in yellow. The Klickitat River runs north to south through the center of the map. This whole project area is within the ceded territory of the Yakima Nation. As the project name implies, the Klickitat Oaks Conservation Initiative was divided into 3 phases. Here in light purple is the first phase, which we purchased earlier this year. In orange is the second phase. This project was funded through the WWRP Critical Habitat category in 2024 and is scheduled to close next year. And here is the Phase 3 project in red and pink. We have been working on the Klickitat Oaks Conservation Initiative since 2020. Once completed, the 3 phases together will secure over 8,000 acres of Oregon white oak and riparian habitat, benefiting aquatic, terrestrial, and avian species from the Columbia River all the way to the Cascade Mountains. Zooming into the vicinity scale, Phase 3 connects with the 14,000-acre Soda Springs Wildlife Area managed by Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife to the east, shown here in brown, DNR trust lands to the south, shown in light green, and it's approximately 2 miles south of the Yakima Indian Reservation, as well as Columbia Land Trust Klickitat Canyon properties, shown in gray and yellow. The 2 project sites outlined in red and dark red are owned by separate landowners and a total of 2,963 acres. Together, they host the entire unprotected stretch of Dead Canyon and a substantial portion of Willis Canyon, as well as dry conifer forest and critically imperiled Oregon white oak woodlands. A change from our last presentation is the addition of the property outlined in dark red. Over the last 2 months, we've worked with the neighboring landowner to create a tremendous opportunity to conserve the entirety of Dead Canyon, a priority salmonid stream from headwaters to confluence in a single project. The project site contains over 15.5 miles of riparian shoreline, along with the surrounding uplands of both Willis Canyon Creek and Dead Canyon Creek. This opportunity to acquire nearly all of Dead Canyon is especially important as it's identified in the Klickitat Lead Entity Salmon Recovery Plan as hosting 5 to 10% of mid-Columbia steelhead spawning within the entire Klickitat River Basin, making its protection a high priority. The project goals for Klickitat Oaks 3 are to conserve 15.5 miles of riparian shoreline and 2,963 acres of surrounding watershed for this critical tributary to the Klickitat River. To achieve that goal, our objectives are to purchase the property, secure its permanent protection through deed restrictions, develop a comprehensive management plan, and then collaboratively steward the property with the Yakima Nation's Natural Resource Program to enhance riparian habitat quality, and increase water quantity over time.
Acquisition benefits. The map here is built on a LiDAR hillshade base and gives a good sense of the varied site topography, ranging from steep hillsides to the nearly flat upland plateau and the surprisingly broad riparian floodplain in Dead Canyon Creek. It shows the headwaters and seasonal tributaries to Dead Canyon Creek, as well as Willis Canyon Creek, which feeds into Dead Canyon Creek on WDFW land downstream of the site. The project site plays an important role in capturing and conveying stormwater from the surrounding plateau into the riparian areas. The site hosts 434.5 acres of riparian habitat as measured using a 200-foot buffer from the stream center. What is rare and important with this project is the opportunity to conserve not only an entire tributary to the Klickitat, but also the contributing forested uplands, which gives us the ability to manage the property for the health of the broader watershed, increasing water quality and quantity over time. The canyon's prolific seeps and springs give rise to a diversity of state priority plant species and culturally important pollinator species, including state-threatened Klickitat biscuit root and state-sensitive Bollender's lynthanthus, shown here. Camas is present on the property and is a priority species for members of the Yakima Nation. And Oregon white oak is one of the 11 state priority habitat systems in the WDFW's priority habitats and species list. These plants are pollinated by a host of invertebrate species on the site, including native bees, flies, and beetles, as well as Bois-Duval's blue butterfly, California tortoiseshell, and the less common Indra swallowtail, seen here. The pollinator species, in turn, feed a food chain that includes state priority bird species such as lazuli bunting, Lewis's woodpecker, and Vox's swift, seen here, as well as flummulated owls, white-headed woodpeckers, and western bluebirds, among others. The site also hosts the state endangered western gray squirrel, as well as habitat for federally threatened mid-Columbia steelhead and gray wolf. In total, 24 state priority wildlife species and plants utilize the site or have potential to utilize the site based on migratory patterns and large home ranges. Its location adjacent to the Soda Springs Wildlife Area also makes it an important dispersal corridor for large mammals and predators, creating connection from high elevation forested habitat on the Klickitat Plateau down to the Klickitat River, 1,000 vertical feet below. Species with large home ranges documented in proximity to the project site include fisher, gray wolf, and mountain goat. Together with the first two phases of the Klickitat Oaks Initiative, a core function of this project is habitat connectivity. These drone images are from the project site. They show the 14,000-acre WDFW Soda Springs Wildlife Area immediately to the east, the 3,500 acres of DNR trust lands immediately to the south, and the 1.1 million acre Yakima Indian Reservation to the north. With that context, here's the map again, showing the matrix of conserved lands. It also shows Columbia Land Trust Klickitat Oaks Phase 1 Conservation Area in yellow on the southern border of the map, and the Klickitat Canyon Conservation Area within the Yakima Reservation to the north. This phased approach of landscape conservation is cementing a crucial corridor along the Klickitat River and its tributaries. This acquisition facilitates water-focused forest management. Younger and more dense conifer forests are thirstier than older forests and pull more water out of the ground and into the air through transpiration. U.S. Forest Service research indicates that managing for older forest composition increases stream flow later in the year during critical dry months by slowing the uptake of groundwater. Protecting stream flow is crucial for this property, as low flow is identified as the primary limiting factor for Dead Canyon Creek in the Klickitat lead entity recovery strategy. Additionally, older forest types, especially oak forests, have a higher level of resiliency to drought and wildfire. This map depicts the Nature Conservancy's climate resilience data, which helps identify what habitat will best support ecological resiliency, biodiversity, and habitat connectivity in the face of climate change. The dark green on the map symbolizes a high level of resiliency, as can be seen throughout the canyon bottom and oak woodland-dominated south-facing slopes. The site's high levels of modeled climate resilience demonstrates its important function as a climate pathway, facilitating species movement from low to high elevation and between north and south-facing aspects across a relatively short distance.
Planning and community support. The goals for this project are aligned with multiple regional planning documents, including the Salmon Recovery Funding Board's Klickitat Recovery Strategy, the State of Washington's Natural Heritage Plan and Western Gray Squirrel Recovery Plan, the EPA's Columbia River Cold Water Refuge Plan, and Yakima Nation's Southern Ceded Territories Habitat Management Plan. As noted previously, the Klickitat Lead Entity Recovery Strategy identifies Dead Canyon as hosting up to 10% of total steelhead spawning in the Klickitat River. The plan specifically lists conservation of Dead Canyon as a priority A recovery action to protect existing high quality and functioning habitat and to enable future habitat enhancement. The plan identifies low flows as the primary limiting factor for the stream, and we intend to address low flows by transitioning the upland forest from young conifer stands to mature oak pine woodland that utilizes less groundwater. The Western Gray Squirrel Recovery Plan lists acquisition of occupied squirrel habitat, such as this project site, as a key strategy for protecting this state endangered species. Squirrel nests have been identified on the property, demonstrating that this is functioning habitat for this species. And finally, the Yakima Nation's Southern Ceded Territories Habitat Strategy highlights habitat conservation as a primary goal. The strategy is guided by a holistic vision of natural resource stewardship that's rooted in the belief that everything is connected. The Yakimas view natural resources as all being interdependent and interwoven. In other words, to effectively conserve and manage riparian habitat, it's essential that we also conserve and manage the surrounding land that contributes to and sustains the riparian habitat. Dead Canyon Creek drains into the 90-mile-long wild and scenic Klickitat River, the longest undammed tributary of the Columbia River in Washington state, and an essential recovery area for mid-Columbia steelhead. This project would conserve the entirety of the unprotected canyon system, as well as the forested plateau lands on either side of the drainage, allowing for forest management to enhance water quantity and quality.
Stewardship. Columbia Land Trust has been managing conservation lands for over 35 years and has been accredited for 14 years. Today, our 28-person stewardship team manages over 43,000 acres from Klickitat County out to the Pacific Ocean. We work closely with regional partners to implement management objectives, including the Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife, the Yakima Nation, and Mount Adams Resource Stewards. Our $16 million stewardship fund supports annual monitoring, weed control, and public access management across our conserved properties. If funded, we will dedicate $500,000 into our permanent stewardship fund to support the management of this property. We invest in our staff and in relationships with leading contractors and researchers to develop expertise and support high-functioning outcomes. The images here include work being done by Anna Branch Solutions, an innovative stream restoration practitioner based in Utah, and U.S. Forest Service researcher Paul Hesberg on other Columbia Land Trust properties. Relevant to this project, in 2024 and 2025, we worked closely with Yakima Nation and Anna Branch Solutions to return cobble-strewn single-thread streams back to multi-channel, high-functioning steelhead habitat in the White Salmon River watershed. This low-tech, process-based restoration has transformed the ability of spawning and rearing habitat in a previously degraded reach. This habitat enhancement work would be the next step for the Dead Canyon Creek property as well. Also relevant to this project site, we work with our partners to manage forests for resilience to fire, which supports older forest composition, improved upland and riparian habitat, and increased watershed function. These images show outcomes of a recent prescribed burn implemented by our staff and partners from Mount Adams Resource Stewards on nearby Columbia Land Trust properties. We are moving these dry forest systems back toward the fire-resilient, high-functioning condition that is needed to thrive under our warming climate. To be clear, this project proposal is for land acquisition only and does not have a restoration component.
Threats to the habitat. This map shows how dry East Cascades forests are likely to respond to climate change. It's a figure within a study published by DNR's Dr. Garrett Meigs, and it's intended to show the risk that following an uncontrolled wildfire, burned forests will no longer be capable of growing back due to water deficit. The project site is in the middle of the projected region, as indicated by the yellow star. The implication is that we need to act now to manage these forests towards a more fire-resilient structure, which is also the best thing we can do for riparian function on this site. This slide shows forest land ownerships just east of the project site. There, the timberland owner has realized that forest land in this region is worth far more as residential lots than as timber producing land. Timberland is being sold in 80-acre parcels at the rate of 3 to 4 per month. At that rate, it would take less than a year to convert the site to roughly 30 residential scale lots, with a dramatic and permanent impact on riparian habitat. Once forestry is no longer economically viable, conversion to developed uses is inevitable. And once that happens, loss of groundwater due to domestic wells and stormwater runoff will permanently threaten the viability of the site's vital riparian and wetland resources, as well as the salmon and steelhead populations that rely on them. Underscoring that threat of conversion, prior to the current owner, this site was part of a large, internationally marketed timberland sale that emphasized that ability to harvest the timber and then sell the forest land for, quote, higher and better use, also known as residential lots. What are the consequences of that future? It's the loss of riparian and aquatic habitat, which causes cascading effects for species and ecological systems downstream of the project site. That's why EPA's Cold Water Refuge Plan for the Columbia River system prioritizes habitat protection in line with this proposal. This property has no regulatory protections beyond DNR forest practices standards and county forest resource zoning, which allows for 20-acre subdivisions. These watersheds need to be managed for the health of the riparian system that fish and wildlife depend on, and that objective can only be accomplished through fee simple acquisition of a site. It cannot be achieved with a conservation easement because easements do not confer the right to manage the land.
Community benefits and public access. Acquisition of this site will bring multiple benefits associated with both public access and resource management. This photo shows members of our stewardship team installing interpretive signs along a conserved trail adjacent to the project site. Providing public access is a core organizational value for Columbia Land Trust. These photos are not from the site. This property will support these recreational uses, including hiking, birding, hunting, and the harvest of first foods. Hunting is a particularly popular local activity that we are accustomed to managing in partnership with the WDFW. Although this site can be accessed for management by roads from the south and west, the main public access points for the property will be by foot from the Klickitat River Haul Road Trail to the east and by bike along well-maintained forest roads from the south. There will not be general motorized access to the site at this time because the access to the site is controlled by other adjoining landowners. As stewards of this land, we'll continue to advance community learning through tours, workshops, volunteer events, and restoration projects on site. We'll also facilitate research projects with graduate students and partners and deploy monitoring tools developed by the DNR's Natural Heritage Program and the East Cascade Oak Partnership. These tools will inform ongoing adaptive management, amplifying conservation benefits downstream of the site. Watershed level conservation such as this project provides ample ecosystem services. Earlier, we discussed this site's importance as habitat for local pollinator species, but in addition to supporting pollinator populations, this project provides services related to carbon sequestration and, under conservation management, resilience to wildfire. The map on the left shows the amount of carbon that this site has the potential to store by 2070, averaging 168 metric tons of stored carbon per forested acre. Our planned forest management for the site will transition the site into a more fire resilient condition, reducing fire risk and retaining stored carbon. We have a wide range of community partners supporting this project, including the East Cascade Oak Partnership, the Yakima Nation, the Vancouver Audubon Society, and the Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation. We also work closely with the Washington Department of Natural Resources, Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife, U.S. Fish and Wildlife, and the Mount Adams Resource Stewards to advance conservation initiatives throughout the East Cascades. Our mission and our work is built on sound science and strong relationships. Speaking of the Klickitat Oaks Initiative, Yakima Nation DNR Superintendent Phil Rigdon says, "For the Yakima Nation, this work aligns with our responsibility to care for the land and protect places that sustain future generations. We are grateful for the opportunity to work alongside Columbia Land Trust and partners who share this commitment."
Protecting key tributaries and corridors of existing high-quality habitat from fragmentation and prioritizing ecological integrity in the management of those places is the most important thing we can do for the future of riparian habitat and the wildlife that depend on it. There is no place like the Klickitat watershed and the critical endemic habitat it provides. Thank you for the opportunity to present this final phase of the Klickitat Oaks Conservation Initiative, and we welcome your questions.
Thank you very much, Noah, Nate and Sam. Questions and comments from team members? Go ahead, Sydney.
Yeah, I had one quick question, and I apologize, I may have missed it. When you were talking through the urgency, I saw on the slide, it just said, you know, there's a sense of urgency, but could you give a little bit more explanation on like the, I guess, like the level of urgency and what the reasoning is behind that?
Sure. Yeah, so this property was part of a large international timber sale. And it was marketed at that time for the ability to break it up, and especially these properties that are on the east side of the viability of forest habitat in this landscape. It was purchased after that sale. We're really fortunate by a private timber company that's willing to sell for conservation, and they've given us an 8-year opportunity to do that. So we're coming up, we started this effort in 2020, and we basically have 2 more years to complete this work. If we don't do it in that time, then they will retain the right to go back out onto the open market and sell it.
Perfect, thank you.
Other questions from team members or comments?
I have a question. I think I might have also missed that during the presentation. So is it the intent of Columbia Land Trust to hang on to this land?
Absolutely. As opposed to
transferring it to the Yakima Nation or, you know, some other, ultimately somebody else, or to
it's a good question. And one of the things we often talk about in our work, because our service area is so big, is that, you know, our relationships with tribes within our service area are very different depending on the needs and priorities of different tribes. So while we work really closely with Yakima Nation on stewardship work, we really rely on their expertise in particularly like riparian and aquatic habitat restoration. Their land acquisition focus is much broader than what Columbia Land Trust does. They're working on 35,000 acres of land repatriation within their reservation on the southern portion of their reservation called Tract D. And they're working on another 15,000 acres of land repatriation within their reservation at the north end in Tract C. So they support our efforts because it's accomplishing their long-term vision, and we work transparently and openly with them. But from a land acquisition perspective, they're really focused on their reservation. However, if that conversation ever came up, we're here and we communicate regularly, and we'd be very happy to have that conversation with them.
Thank you, Nate. Go ahead, Sydney.
Yeah, I think that the response just prompted something for me, and I apologize. I was, based on the presentation, I was under the impression that there would almost be this level of like co-management with Yakima Nation. So just so I'm understanding their level of involvement correctly, they are just supportive of the project. They're not necessarily, I guess, like post-acquisition, what would their function be?
So, you know, remember that slide where we showed kind of riparian restoration and a different watershed, that kind of stage 0 restoration? We really lean on their natural resources department to lead aquatic habitat and riparian habitat restoration on our properties. We hope to finalize by the end of this year a statement of intent describing for future generations of staff, the nature of our cooperative work. But this is just like a hand-in-glove relationship when it comes to stewardship across this ceded territories portion the Yakima Nation ceded territories portion of our service area. Does that answer your question? They're going to be leading the restoration work in partnership with our stewardship staff. They rely on us to do the land conservation work, and their teams want to lead the restoration work.
Okay, I think I'm understanding. I also remember in the presentation there was a slide that was very clear, like this was just for acquisition. So it sounds like it's almost like two separate projects.
Absolutely, yes, that is the case. Once the project is conserved, then we'll go into the planning stage for restoration using other funding sources.
Okay, thank you for the clarification.
Yeah, thank you.
So that takes me back, I think it's to this slide, and this is the one where you were talking about stewardship. And is this where you make the decision about how much is set aside for restoration at this particular?
Yeah, okay, thank you for, I see what's happening here. So there's a distinction. When we say $500,000 additional stewardship, what we're talking about there is Columbia Land Trust Permanent Stewardship Fund. So we are required by our Land Trust Alliance accreditation to, every time we conserve land, ensure the perpetual care for that land. So we set aside, our board directs funding to go into our permanent stewardship fund, and that pays for things like ensuring property boundaries, ensuring our obligations to RCO, to the to monitor each year and make sure that we're following through with our commitments to funders. It does not fund restoration work.
Okay.
We have to go out and separately raise funds for that restoration work. And we do that cooperatively with Yakima Nation in some cases. Every project is different, and we work together with their staff and leadership to determine a strategy for project-specific restoration.
Thank you. I appreciate the clarification. Any other questions or comments from team members? Well, thank you two very much. We appreciate the information and look forward to sharing the results with you before the end of the month.
Awesome. Thanks, us. Thank you, everyone.
Team members, it's time for you to take a break. And our next project proposal is up at 11:25. Enjoy your break. please.
Hi, Marguerite.
How are you?
I'm doing great. How's your day going?
It's going just great. I was just making sure evaluators were back and ready to go. So I am going to turn the mouse controls over to you. If I can figure
Excellent.
out. Here I go. And I'm going to take my hands off the mouse, and why don't you double click, see if you have control.
Let's
So
see.
move it up
I
a little.
don't see the advanced slide tab that
Don't go down to that.
Mhm.
Just click onto your image. Yep, just click there. Now use the arrow keys on your keyboard.
Oh, okay.
So you can go forward.
Got it. Got it. Yep, I
go
can do it.
backwards, and you don't have to worry about trying to see the little buttons.
Okay.
I have my trusty little timer here, and it's all reset. So you may begin when you're ready.
Okay, thank you. I'm Annalise Burns. I'm the Habitat and Restoration Manager for the City of Bellingham, and thank you for the opportunity to present this project to RCO. This is called the Squalicum Creek at Meridian Street Riparian Enhancement Project. The regional location map shows that it is within the city of Bellingham, and city of Bellingham is located along the shores of the Salish Sea, and we have several lowland streams that drain through the city to the bay. One of the largest stream that runs through the city is called Squalicum Creek, and Squalicum Creek runs from the lowlands sort of along the base of Mount Baker, but not up into the glaciers of Mount Baker. So it is a lowland stream, and it has a tributary that comes into it called Tributary W, right at our project site. And our project site, as you can see, is within the urban core of the city of Bellingham, and it includes two components. Number one is an acquisition and restoration of a particular residential parcel at 3413 Meridian Street. And then in this presentation, I'm making clear and have updated my application form itself to make clear that it's part of a larger city plan for a corridor along this reach from our acquisition site down to the bay. And we will be initiating what we're considering phase one of a Lower Squalicum strategic plan as part of this project. And that is a 1.7 mile reach, and it includes 57 parcels in that area, 57 residential parcels. So again, the two components are acquiring and restoring this 0.32 acre developed residential parcel along the southern bank of Squalicum Creek. The property does include the left bank of Squalicum Creek in the property boundaries, as well as a little bit of the creek itself. And that's within the urban core of the city of Bellingham. And also, we're initiating phase one of this Lower Squalicum strategic plan. That strategic plan, the purpose is to identify future restoration opportunities in this 1.7 mile corridor that spans from our acquisition site down to the bay. That includes 59 parcels. We will be reaching out to those landowners, asking what their interest is and for restoration. And we would be using this acquisition, this 0.32 acres of acquisition, as an example of what can be done so that people can visualize what that means to acquire and restore a piece of property, acting as a catalyst for hopefully future restoration that can happen in that 1.7 mile corridor. The total project budget is $638,000. If we zoom in a little bit to the acquisition part of it, you can see that it is on the side of Meridian Street. It is a major arterial that runs north-south through the city, and it intersects Squalicum Creek. The parcel that we would be acquiring, again, includes that left bank of Squalicum Creek and a little bit into the creek itself. And the majority of the property is a high bank riparian area that is currently occupied mostly with a residential parcel structure, residential structures, lawn, and a driveway. And then you can see that in the hatching, the yellow hatching is the beginning of that 1.7 mile corridor with the 59 parcels. And those continue to be residential parcels all the way down to the bay. The property that we are wanting to acquire, this first one, is one of the most narrow buffers. It's where the house and the structures are closest to the creek. So one of the most important to acquire. There's also a fish passage barrier where Squalicum Creek crosses Meridian Street right at this parcel boundary. And I'll get into why this acquisition can also help our ongoing design of that fish passage barrier improvement at Meridian Street. If we look at photos of the site, we have the residential structures on the left. You can see it's a shed and a house, and then there's lawn and driveway. And if there's an arrow that's pointing to the shed. So on the photo to the right, you can just barely see that same shed with that same arrow right through the trees. That is perched up on the top of the bank right above Squalicum Creek. There's about 18 feet of trees currently along the bank of the creek. If you look from the top of bank, there is significant erosion that has been happening between the structure and the creek. Again, there's only 18 feet of forest that protects the creek right now. That residential lawn is being actively eroded. And the right-hand photo shows one of our staff members at the bottom of one of the landslide that happened just this last winter, and debris went down into the creek. And the property line extends into the creek itself and includes that entire failing bank. So as far as acquisition benefits, we're now getting into the review criteria, and I've tried to make it simple for the reviewers so that I've outlined it exactly how I believe your criteria is laid out. So the ecological makeup, the benefits are that this acquisition site and the entire phase 1 of the restoration strategic plan is that it's in a tier 1 or highest priority subwatershed of the city of Bellingham. And within that subwatershed, so that subwatershed is the Squalicum Creek watershed, within that, this is a priority reach within that subwatershed. So we have the highest priority subwatershed plus the high priority reach within that highest priority subwatershed. And that's based on the city's own restoration assessment of all of our restoration opportunities citywide. It is an active channel migration zone, an active erosion hazard zone, as you can see, that is actually being eroded right now. And the property that we would be acquiring is the narrowest riparian buffer in that lower Squalicum reach, that priority reach. And then the strategic plan would extend down into other riparian areas that have narrow riparian buffers, but the first acquisition would be the narrowest. The majority of the acquisition site is upland. That is currently about 50% of it encompassed by residential development. We would be taking down those residential structures and replacing it with riparian vegetation. So the riparian habitat, 100% of the site is actually within the riparian zone. It's within the regulatory buffer, even though it's developed with structures right now. And returning it to forest would benefit all of the species that are living in Squalicum Creek, and those include Chinook, steelhead, bull trout, coho, chum, cutthroat, and lamprey. One quick note about bull trout, we believe bull trout are present within Squalicum Creek occasionally. The last documented occurrence was in the 1970s, but it is listed by WWRP as presumed present. The project, by acquiring the site and removing the structure, it avoids future bank hardening, which is what would have to happen if a residential structure stayed there. It removes active bacterial sources from pets and removes the potential of dumping that often happens with residential parcels where people dump off to their backyard, they dump over the hillside into the creek. And it would expand protection from the current 18 feet of riparian forest to a full 60 feet of forest, to the full width of the parcel. For pollinator habitat, it builds on the city's own pollinator habitat that we own to the east and north. So we own property directly to the east across Meridian Street. There's Cornwall Park, and to the north, we have a restoration parcel that we've already been working on. And so we already have pollinator habitat east and north, and this just extends that corridor. We would be utilizing the city's bee-friendly flowering guide to select plants for restoration. This bee-friendly flowering guide was developed in conjunction with the Native Plant Society to ensure that the plants that we select have a flowering season that spans the full spring through fall season, bloom season. So we have consistent or continuous pollinator habitat throughout the entire season. The surrounding land uses, again, we have Cornwall Park to the east, as I mentioned, across Meridian Street, and the city owns the riparian forest to the north. There's residential development to the west and south. Again, that would be part of what we're trying to do is reach out to the landowners with a strategic plan to the west and extend protected habitat and restoration opportunities to the west where it's residential development. The acquisition site itself is a key land holding between two adjacent projects that are ongoing. There's two restoration projects that are happening right in the same area as this key land holding. And by acquiring this property, it allows us to optimize the bank stability and in-stream habitat design of those two projects. And I'll show more in a minute. It builds on 4 completed restoration projects and 5 planned restoration projects in this priority lower Squalicum reach. The level of protection is fee title ownership. We would own it outright, and it would be entered into the city's restoration program portfolio. We have been restoring property. We have a restoration program that's been up and running for more than 25 years and have over 50 sites within our restoration program portfolio, and this would be one of them cared for by our restoration team. So to go back to that idea of it complementing other investments and in between 2 existing design projects, this is a graphic again of that part of Bellingham where you can see the star is the acquisition parcel and the yellow line is our phase 1 lower Squalicum strategic plan area where we would be reaching out to residential owners. The sites in green are restoration sites that have been completed already along Squalicum Creek. And the brown are actively in design in the lower Squalicum. Again, this is a priority subwatershed and priority reach. So we've been investing a lot of money into this area. And the red is we haven't started yet, but it's very close on our priority list to start in the future. You can see the 2 brown dots are immediately adjacent to the acquisition site. And those 2, one of them is a fish passage improvement at Meridian Street, and the other one is a Trib W restoration improvement. And the acquisition of this parcel would allow us to optimize both of those designs. For plan support, the graphic to the right, again, is a graphic of that northern part of Bellingham, like we've been seeing, and the phase 1 strategic plan area is circled in yellow. And there's many plans that point at the importance of this area and this type of action. So in the 2025 Shoreline Master Plan, the restoration plan for the SMP, this project fulfills 3 of the 4 actions for this reach. It improves canopy cover, it optimizes design of the Squalicum Meridian Fish Passage project, and it optimizes the culvert replacement at Meridian Street. For the 2025 Fish Barrier Culvert Remediation, Culvert Memorandum of Agreement Implementation Plan, and the WIRA 1 Salmon Recovery Plan, which together all of those plans are plans that prioritize fish passage improvements and salmon recovery. In those plans, this is identified as a priority reach and the type of work that we want to be doing in this area. It optimizes design for that Meridian Street Fish Passage Barrier, which is the 7th ranked project out of 127 city-owned fish passage barriers. It's the 7th highest ranked, so important one to work on. It also fulfills goal 1 of the Salmon Recovery Plan, which is tributary habitat improvements. and goal 7, which is fish passage support, again, optimizing that fish passage improvement at Meridian. And the 2026 Parks and Recreation and Open Space Plan, which is where this graphic is taken from, it helps fulfill the envisioned open space corridor on Squalicum Creek. That green bar that you can see that I've circled in yellow is that envisioned open space corridor that currently is very narrow and mostly owned by private residential owners. And it also helps fulfill the 2011 Squalicum Creek temperature TMDL obligations. There's 303 delistings for dissolved oxygen, bacteria, and benthic invertebrates that would be improved with improved riparian structure. For community engagement, there has already been quite a lot in the 2025 Fish Barrier Culvert Remediation Implementation Plan. We worked very closely with Lummi Nation, Nooksack Indian Tribe. We had 2 meetings to integrate tribal values, and we had WWW input for priority fish resources, 5 meetings for that, and we went through SEPA that identified this as the priority reach and the type of actions that we want to be conducting, which includes fish passage improvement and riparian work. In the 2026 Parks and Recreation Open Space Plan that envisioned that open space corridor, there was many meetings, including city council meetings, 3 advisory boards, 4 public meetings, 1 public survey, again, emphasizing and solidifying that vision of that open space. And that in 2028, the proposed outreach to the 59 parcels, we're going to assess the interest of future restoration. And we have 2 letters of support that are important indicators of the community-wide support. One of them is the WIRA-1 Integrated Management Program. That represents many entities, including tribes and the county, that are in support of this being a priority. And then also nonprofit support. This is an example of the NC letter, Nooksack Salmon Enhancement Association, which is an RFEG. For stewardship, we do stewardship all the time. This is something that we're very good at and we have done for more than 25 years. As far as organizational capacity, we have a 27-year restoration program with dependable utility-funded budget, so dependable budget with permanent staff. We have professional services that we contract regularly in the range of $20,000 to $100,000 annually, and materials. This is just for maintenance of $50,000 annually. So we will definitely have the capacity to maintain this site. For the stewardship plan, at the site scale, again, that acquisition, we plan to do our standard restoration and stewardship activities, including monitoring, weeding, mulching, planting, trash removal, fencing, and sign repair. And that's the graphic shows the timing of when we tend to do those activities. And at the reach scale, which is that strategic plan 1.7 mile reach, we've implemented 3 similar master plans of that scale before. So this would be something that we have implemented kind of master plans from the beginning visioning stage through implementation 3 times before. Restoration would be look a little bit like this, or it would look like this, where orange is the demolition of the structures, yellow is the clearing of the lawn and the gravel, and green is the planting of forest species intermixed with shrub pollinator species and ground cover. And then there would be a funding sign and protection fencing around the outside, only for the establishment period until deer can browse it without impact. Threats to the habitat site. If we don't acquire the site or any of the sites along the lower Squalicum, there would be additional impervious surface, bank hardening, pet waste, soil compaction, invasive species, encampments, and climate change. Increased flows means increased erosion in that special erosion hazard area, which is shown in pink on the right. The immediacy of the threat, we have already had active erosion in 2021 and 2025. The current acquisition parcel is for sale. If we don't buy it, there would probably be a developer coming in with a residential development and would have to harden the thing. Community benefits and public access, there's multiple benefits. fish habitat, like we've already gone through, flood and climate resilience for making soft bank bank stability for increased flows. We would have a reduced erosion. It addresses the 4 water quality impairments: temperature, dissolved oxygen, bacteria, and benthic invertebrates. And it complements 9.6 million in prior investments and 23 million in proposed investments in the same reach. It complements the regional open space corridors, as I mentioned. It increases urban forest canopy in an area that we've already identified as low canopy area. So it increases that tree canopy equity within our urban environment. For education and scientific opportunities, we have a very robust restoration program, and we do community work parties throughout the year. We would use this site now as a new community work party site. We often team with Nooksack Salmon Enhancement and other nonprofits to conduct those work parties. And we often use our restoration sites, and I fully envision that this site would be a good one, for college and high school outdoor classrooms. Sometimes people will do their internship here, or they would do a specific scientific study. And this is an area we can offer to them as an opportunity. So with that, I'll close, and I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Questions or comments from the team? Thank you, Annalise.
Mm-hmm.
You got a hand clap from Rachel.
Thank you.
Sydney, you have a question?
I do. I had 2 questions. I know you mentioned the entire property is riparian, and so I'm wondering if that is a designation from the city itself or how you're defining that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I actually had the same question of how does RCO define riparian? And so the definition that I used was what our regulatory buffer would be in our shoreline code. And so our shoreline code is, I believe it's 75 feet, but the full parcel width is 60. So we would at least be able to expand riparian to 60 feet. Right now it's 18 of forest, so the forest would then be 60. Ideally we would own more properties, but this is the one that's currently for sale, and we'll do outreach to see if we can get additional.
Thank you. And then I have a few other questions, but I see there's other folks, so happy to hold my questions.
No, just go on, Sydney.
Okay. The other question I had, I know you mentioned it's going to be like integrated into the city's portfolio for protection. So just wondering if the plan is to hold that in perpetuity, or if there's a typical time frame where you all reassess that portfolio.
We hold them in perpetuity. We do not sell our restoration parcels.
Okay, perfect. That is my questions for now. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. Next up is Mark.
I'm coming. So appreciate the presentation. One question is whether regular public access would be permitted to this parcel.
This parcel, we would not actively encourage people to come in, like with a trail or anything. They won't be prohibited from entering. So it is along a major arterial that has a sidewalk. So people will be walking along the sidewalk can look in and enjoy, open space. And if they wanted to, and they wanted to peek at this stream, they could walk onto the property. But because it's such a small, very sensitive habitat with a steep slope, this is not the area that we would encourage them to go. There is a trail access on the other side of the creek. There is a major trail corridor that was partially funded by RCO. And so this would be expanding the sort of shade and experience of nature as people traveled along that corridor to the north. It does improve the experience of that trail user, but they wouldn't be actually on this site. Yeah, if you want to go to right there.
This is the one that shows it.
Yeah, and what's happening is Birchwood Avenue and Squalicum Way are being redesigned. They're going to be combined into a roundabout. They're going to go into a roundabout at Meridian Street, and there will be a major trail corridor along that combined roadway. It would be a separated trail. The trail would be on the creek side, but it would be on that kind of that north side where you could see Tributary W and Squalicum Creek coming together.
Thank
And then there's
you.
a sidewalk on Meridian Street, north-south.
And let's go with Rachel.
Thanks. Thanks for this, Annalise. This is great.
Mhm.
I was curious how public acquisition reduces the risks of encampment on the site.
Well, right now, there are encampments that happen, people, so if you, hard to see the scale on this, but people live at the top of bank. So they have their property up at the top of the bank, and then there's a very steep slope that goes down to the creek. And oftentimes, yeah, you can kind of see it there. People will often camp along the base of that slope along the creek, and the private landowners either don't know, or they don't have the capacity, or they feel like it's unsafe to address that issue. And when the city owns it, we have an outreach team that can connect services to people who need services, and we can also rehabilitate the encamped area.
Okay, thank you for the explanation.
Mm-hmm.
Any other questions or comments or thoughts that you folks might have? And Elise, I'm going to go back to this one, and I'm still not sure I'm clear about what the scope of work, and I want to make sure I understand it.
Mm-hmm.
So in this particular phase of the project, you are purchasing this particular piece of property,
Mm-hmm.
you're demolishing the structures,
Mm-hmm.
and doing restoration work along here.
On the entire parcel, yes. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And then we also, because we're doing that, and because we then own it, a separate project that's already in design for improving Trip W and a project that's improving the crossing at Meridian Street, they would update their designs to improve the bank stability of the slope and improve the salmon habitat of the creek itself. So the RCO funded project would not pay for those improvements of Squalicum Creek and Tributary W. But of the acquiring of the property that RCO would pay for, it would allow those other projects to optimize their design and actually improve Squalicum Creek and Trip W and stabilize the slope.
Okay.
And then what is part of our project but doesn't cost any money is that we will be doing outreach to phase one around that 1.7 mile corridor, the 59 parcels. We're going to be outreaching that with, not funded by, it's part of our vision. So I put it as part of the project description. We're doing it with our city staff, so we don't need funding for it. We would be outreaching to those landowners saying, what's your interest in restoration? And look at this area that was acquired at 3413 as an example of the type of restoration that could be beneficial, because a lot of them own, like, part of their parcel could be restored and they could retain their house. And so we could use us as an example that they could see, and as a catalyst for additional restoration that could happen in the 1.7 miles.
Then are you thinking of securing easements from them for the along the stream? So depending on what it is, you may be coming with a project where you're actually purchasing in fee, or you may be doing a boundary line adjustment to purchase part, or an easement from the landowner to be able to get your quarter.
Right. So phase one is the outreach and identifying which property owners are interested. That's phase one. Once we know what those property owners that are interested, then we would come up in phase two with sort of action plans of what we can do specifically on those sites. And then phase three would actually be implementing those action plans, and including acquisition and physical restoration, just like we're doing at 3413 Meridian Street.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure I understood the vision, and having the vision to be separate from the actual scope of work, and then seeing how this part kind of helps drives a better design and all for some things that are already underway.
Yes. Thanks for helping clarify. I know it's a lot of pieces to this idea.
Well, thank you very much. We hope to share the results with you here in a couple of weeks. So thank you.
Have a wonderful day.
Thanks much, team. Believe it or not, you have now earned yourself a lunch break. And we will gather back here for our next project at 12:55. So you have a full hour. See you back soon.
to the tower. Every core computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions. First flight of the orbital Discovery, and the shuttle has cleared the tower. Discovery's 4 computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions.
Good afternoon, team members, and welcome back. We are getting ready to start up again. And Haley, are you here to present this particular project?
Yes, I am.
Awesome. I am going to reset my clock here. I'm going to share my remote with you. Then why don't you try like a double click control and then see if you can use your arrow keys to move things back and forward. Good job.
There we go. Yeah, looks like it works.
Okay, good deal. And the clock is reset, so you may begin.
Great. Thank you. Well, I'll start by introducing myself. My name is Haley Clark. I'm the Conservation Project Manager with the Whatcom Land Trust. And today I will be presenting on Whatcom Land Trust Brand's Wetland Acquisition and Restoration Project, PRISM number 261352. So to get started, I'll give you some context on where this project is located. So Whatcom Land Trust works within Whatcom County, which is located in the northernmost corner of the state. To orient you within Whatcom County, for those that are familiar, this large body of water is Lake Whatcom, and to the east is the South Fork Nooksack River, which is the watershed that this project is located in, as you can see here in yellow. The green parcels and purple are land trust acquisition and facilitation projects in Whatcom County. All right, so to zoom in, the property included, oh, it looks like someone's not seeing the slideshow. Can everybody hear and see this all right?
Smart.
Okay.
Look and see.
Keep
Did
going.
you figure out which? Hang on, just one second.
Yeah, I'm not seeing it. I'm sorry.
Okay, so let me just stop for a second and reshare. And Mark, look at the top of your screen too to make sure you are looking at RCO's screen, but I'm going to stop share for a second. Hang on just a moment. I want to see. So Mark, it looks like everybody else can. So will you check and see which screen you're viewing? Do you have it on like gallery view to see all the participants?
Oops, I see you and your slideshow, or I see you and I see Haley.
Okay, so what does it say at the top of your screen? Are you in full screen mode?
Yes, I am.
Okay, escape from full screen mode for a second. And then look at your view options. Like, do you see like a gallery? Do you see a small inset that shows her image where you can double click?
Yeah,
So
yeah,
so
I'm
now,
not. I haven't changed anything from this morning. I'm not going to waste your time. I'll try and on my end to get to the slideshow, but
so
I didn't
double.
change anything.
Do you see anything that says project introduction?
No.
Okay, in the gallery view. Hey, Anna,
Yeah.
will you reach out to Mark and see, can you help him?
I will, yes. And Mark, I would recommend leaving the meeting and then trying to rejoin, and sometimes that fixes it too. So try that, and if that doesn't work, I'll send me a private message.
Okay, will do. Sorry for that.
No
Okay.
worries.
We'll just pause for a moment. So, Haley, how long have you been at Whatcom Land Trust?
I just had my 3-year work anniversary, so
Oh, good.
3 years,
I
yeah.
know that I thought you had presented though before.
I presented this project during the initial review.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna give just a minute here. I want to reset my clock.
Okay, I'm good. Thank you for doing that.
Okay, no problem.
Okay, great. Let me make sure. There we go.
You
Okay.
still have control?
Yeah, I think so. Good to continue.
Yes, you may.
Okay, great. So I'll just start over with this slide, but we're zooming in here. The property included in our application is approximately 20 acres of wetland, riparian, and forest habitat located within the South Fork Nooksack River watershed. Historically, the property has been used for residential purposes. The most recent landowners lived in an off-grid cabin on the property for over 30 years. They have been longtime land trust supporters and reached out to us initially when they were considering moving as they were aging and ready to relocate to somewhere less remote. Since I last presented this project to you all, the Land Trust did complete the purchase of the property on June 2nd with a waiver of retroactivity. As you can see on this map, this acquisition connects to an existing Whatcom Land Trust owned property that we refer to as the Craver property, which totals 109 acres. That is this area shaded in yellow to the southwest of the subject parcel. Also adjacent to the property, to the west, is Department of Natural Resources land. And as you can see more so in this inset map, DNR is a prominent landowner in this area. The remaining surrounding land uses are primarily rural residential. The property is located at the headwaters of Hutchinson Creek, which is a key tributary of the South Fork Nooksack River. Hutchinson Creek flows through our Craver property and the wetlands and an unnamed tributary on the subject parcels here drain into Hutchinson Creek, which is over here. The high-level goals of this project include habitat protection and restoration to support water quality and quantity, and expansion of the existing conservation corridor. So I'll start with the first evaluation criteria, which is acquisition benefits. And this includes the protection of 11 acres of wetlands, accounting for over half of the property. The wetlands support numerous bird species and have had active beaver presence in the past. There is a significant amount of dead and downed wood within the wetland area that provide habitat for pollinators such as bats. The wetlands support the larger landscape by filtering runoff before it enters Hutchinson Creek and retains water throughout the summer months. This is particularly important for the South Fork as it is fed from the Twin Sisters Range, which is seeing less snow melt in the summer months and increasing the reliance on tributaries such as Hutchinson Creek for consistent cool input into the South Fork throughout the year. So in our initial application, riparian acreage was calculated using a 100-foot buffer from the wetland area, as that is what is recommended for non-fish bearing tributaries in the Wyra 1 watershed. However, I have since updated the riparian area using the site potential tree height, which amounts to 4.8 acres of riparian area. And because we later learned that coho are presumed present in the tributary that drains the wetlands from this property. As you can see here in the aerial imagery, there are structures located within the riparian buffer and even extending into the wetland habitat. A majority of the proposed planting will occur within the riparian area and will include several shrub species that support pollinator species such as salal black twinberry, flowering currant, ocean spray, and Indian plum are all proposed for this site. And then the remainder of the property comprises 4.7 acres forested uplands that contain a mixture of Douglas fir and Sitka spruce, red cedar and western hemlock, and red alder. There are mature stands on the property that are estimated to be over 100 years old. The intact mature upland forest supports the surrounding wetlands by providing shade, filtering runoff, helping to control flow, and stabilizing soil to prevent sedimentation. All right, so a little more on the restoration opportunities. We chose to pursue fee title acquisition for this project, in part because of the restoration potential that exists. Perpetual fee title ownership will allow the land trust to restore and actively manage the property in a way that will improve habitat and ecological processes. And I'll go into more detail on the proposed restoration activity in a few slides. But to wrap up acquisition benefits, the property, so let's see. Fish species that are supported by Hutchinson Creek include coho, winter steelhead, sockeye, pink salmon, and bull trout. And then, as I mentioned earlier, according to WDFW Salmonscape, the small stream here, so the wetlands are here, and then the stream drains this way, is presumed to have coho salmon, though we have not been able to officially confirm that. And additionally, the property contains habitat types that would support 5 tipping point bird species identified by the Audubon Society, which are species that have lost 50% or more of their population in the last 50 years. Those bird species include rufous hummingbird, evening gropebeak, northern pintail, olive-sided flycatcher, and the black swift. The previous landowners also noted beaver, cougar, elk, and bear that have been very active on the property. And even since the landowners have relocated, the elk and bear have become noticeably more frequent in the area with less human disturbance. And also benefiting these wildlife species is the expansion of this existing conservation corridor with or other land trust protected land, which will amount to approximately 129 acres of protected area. Let's see. Okay, so the next evaluation criteria I will address is planning and community support. Since I last presented, we have had some initial discussions with the Nooksack Indian tribe about the option for planting bog cranberry at this site. Historically, the draining of wetlands in the South Fork Valley for agriculture has resulted in limited wetlands to support bog cranberry for tribal use, especially in places that are accessible to the tribe. Knowing that, we have been working closely with the Nooksack Indian tribe to identify land trust sites that could support this type of tribal use, and we both agree that this could be a great option. And next, I'll go through a few regional plans that align with the conservation goals of this project. Those include the WIRA 1 Salmon Recovery Plan, which identifies Hutchinson Creek as a critical cold water refuge for salmon under rising temperatures. Additionally, a majority of early Chinook spawning is documented to occur in Hutchinson Creek, but unfortunately that creek has also been noted to have high fine sediment load, which has moderate impacts on South Fork early Chinook. The wetlands present on this property help to filter sediment and slowly release water in Hutchinson Creek, helping to address that priority. The next we have the Nooksack Indian Tribes Climate Change Vulnerability Assessment, which identifies species such as elk, which are very active on the property, as highly vulnerable due to highly vulnerable to climate change due to barriers in movement under changing conditions. And then next we have the Whatcom Land Trust Conservation Plan, which we updated in 2024 and serves as a key guide for our project selection criteria. Within the conservation plan, the lower South Fork focus area prioritizes the protection and restoration of riparian habitat and wetlands to improve groundwater recharge and habitat for priority species, which directly aligns with the goals of this project. And then I already touched on this, but worth noting again, 5 bird species are present in this area that have been identified in Audubon Society's tipping point species list. And then our main point of community engagement that is informing this project came from the development of Whatcom Land Trust Conservation Plan. The update of this conservation plan was informed by a series of community forums across the county to receive feedback on each priority area and then prioritize the strategies within those areas. Next, I'll share a bit about stewardship. Whatcom Land Trust has 42 years of experience in stewarding conservation properties in Whatcom County and is an accredited land trust through the Land Trust Alliance. The land trust currently owns roughly 8,300 acres and has protected over 10,000 acres with conservation easements. This property will be managed in conjunction with the nearby Craver property, which has been owned and stewarded by the Land Trust since 1999. All right, so the proposed restoration for this site, restoration elements included in our application include the removal of the remaining structures, which includes a cabin and detached garage. And then there will be invasive species control and replanting of that 2.9 acre disturbed homesite area. Interplanting of this orange area here is also proposed. And then removing the structures and restoring the disturbed area will expand the buffer on the wetlands and provide filtration of runoff that enters those wetlands by removing the existing impervious surfaces to support water quality. Long-term maintenance and continued invasive removal will continue after the initial restoration efforts through our volunteer land steward program. This program connects dedicated volunteers with specific sites that they regularly monitor and maintain. And as for the restoration timeline, first we'll need to remove the structures. And ahead of doing this, we will need to complete a cultural resources assessment, which we plan to have ready for RCO review at the beginning of the grant agreement period if awarded. Once RCO's notice to proceed is received, we can go ahead and demolish the cabin and detached garage, as well as clean up other debris around the home site. With that cleaned up, the planting can begin shortly after, which we anticipate to start the winter of 2027 or spring of 2028, depending on demolition timeline. Invasive species management will occur throughout the grant period with herbicide treatment for knotweed happening annually over the duration of the grant agreement. We recognize that knotweed is a continuous battle, and that management will continue past funding availability as staff capacity and resources allow. And here's a picture of the cabin. Okay. All right, so the next evaluation criteria, threat to the habitat. The two parcels are zoned R10A, which allows for 2 development rights, and with existing structures located near the wetland and within the riparian buffer, continued residential use will continue to disturb those areas. Likely alternative uses would include residential use, which would expand impervious surfaces, or forestry, which would threaten the mature trees and the benefits that those upland forests provide. And as you can see here in this aerial imagery, that threat definitely exists in this area. The private property, which is located south of the subject property, I kind of bordered the subject property here in yellow, is under private ownership and has been cleared and landscaped. All right, community benefits and public support. So we are not planning to manage the property for developed public access. However, public access will not be restricted from the property. Prior to closing on the property, we secured a public access easement through adjacent private land so that the property can be accessed by foot from the public road, Mosquito Lake Road. There is an existing trail on the Craver property that can also serve as an opportunity to connect the public with this property from Mosquito Lake Road in the future. But primary public benefits come from the water quality and quantity benefits in the South Fork Nooksack River by protecting and restoring headwater wetlands to key tributaries of the South Fork. The South Fork is a priority watershed in Whatcom County that receives a lot of public support and initiative to improve as it is primarily fed by seasonal snow runoff and does not have the consistent input from glacial runoff like the other forks of the Nooksack River. And additionally, as I mentioned earlier, under acquisition benefits, under land trust ownership, opportunities for tribal access are an option that would otherwise be inaccessible under continued private ownership or with a conservation easement. All right. And then lastly, here is our proposed budget. We purchased the property for appraised value, which was $445,000. So adding anticipated incidental costs, which some have occurred yet, some have not, and a quote that we received for demolition of the structures. This first line item amounts to $518,758. We are including $1,742 for administration and planning. And then for restoration, we have $79,500, which includes the invasive removal and planting in the riparian wetland and upland areas. Restoration costs have increased since I last presented this project because it was recommended to increase the cultural resources assessment budget to include archaeologists monitoring for ground disturbing activities, which is anticipated to be required for this site. We also added $3,000 to riparian plant removal to include 3 years of herbicide knotweed treatment. To meet the required 50% match, we have a local grant that has already been allocated to this project to assist in acquisitions. That totaled $150,000, and then the remaining match will come from land trust acquisition funds, which will cover a portion of the admin and then half of the restoration budget. And I believe that is all. Are there any questions or?
Thank you very much. Questions or comments from team members? Haley, I'm going to go to one where maybe it's this one where you talked about protected. So tell me about the access. I was trying to see a good illustration. So is the
Yeah, I don't know
green
if this one, maybe the map before in the very beginning. Yeah, this one will show a bit better. So this road, you can see
move your
DNR
mouse,
roads.
move your mouse some.
Oh, there it is. Okay.
Now
This
go back to it.
oh,
Now move your
okay.
mouse, wiggle your mouse around so we can see if we can even see
Can
it.
you see the mouse?
No. Okay, there you come. There it is.
Okay.
Okay.
So this map shows active DNR roads. And then Mosquito Lake Road, which is a public road, is just up here. And you turn off of Mosquito Lake Road, and then you'll go through DNR, which we're working with to get secure legal access. And then you cross onto private land right here, which is where we got the access easement and the public access easement with this landowner. And then that connects to the driveway for this property right here at the corner. And that's how you access the property.
Thank you. And we'll start questions with Mark.
Yeah, thanks. And the cranberry bog is a new element of this since the last time. Can you tell us more about how that would work and whether the public would have access to that?
Yeah, that conversation is very, very much in the early stages. Kind of where we're at with that is just the Nooksack Indian tribe has identified that as a priority for them and an area of interest. And acknowledging that, we have started looking at potential sites that would be a good fit for that opportunity. And this one does have the ecological characteristics that would be suitable for that. So that has become a conversation, but is not a confirmed element of the project. And knowing that public access is an important piece of WWRP's evaluation criteria, we would need to know where Nooksack Indian Tribe stands on including the public in that before we can confirm as that's a good fit for that use. So it's very much in the early stages, but has been identified as a potential option, essentially.
Thank you. Cindy is next.
Hi, Haley. I know you talked a little bit about public access and then cultural access for tribes. And I may have missed you mentioning, is there any sort of dedicated initiative for like youth or community education in regards to the project?
Nothing specific. I know that there will be several community work parties probably that will take place on this property with the amount of restoration that's required and proposed. And a lot of those work parties are done in partnership with different local groups. So there's opportunities to explore groups that would be best fit for those partnered work parties, but nothing has been kicked off quite yet, as we're pretty early on in the restoration planning and have just crossed the acquisition finish line. But yeah.
Thank you.
Marcy, you're up next.
Hey, a great presentation. So I just had a question on the structures on the site. Are they, you may have mentioned it, but are they currently livable, or would, if this site wasn't purchased for restoration, would those structures if anybody wanted to build on it, could they use those structures, or would they have to rebuild outside of like the wetland and the buffer and adhere to kind of local codes?
Yeah, that's a good question. I think that's relative. The people that were living there, they lived there for 30 years.
Gotcha.
And they had solar and septic.
Okay.
So it's livable, and
It's
they
livable, okay.
they were comfortable. But I would imagine if anybody else were to purchase the property, they would rebuild.
Okay.
Yeah.
And Franna is next.
Hi, I was wondering with the restoration game plan, if you can talk a little bit more about kind of a little longer term, and how do you, your organization, fund that for sort of the in perpetuity ongoing?
Yeah, for sure. So, once the initial restoration period is over, and if grant funding is awarded and that period is also over, we do develop stewardship plans for each individual site, which identifies long-term restoration priorities and maintenance needs. And then to support those, we have what we call the Stewardship Reserve Fund. And then with each acquisition, we make a contribution to that fund, which is invested in a way that it grows and it continues to support all of our stewardship activities for each site. So for each acquisition, we are required to make that contribution to meet those long-term needs, and then have that sustainable funding piece.
Thank you. Mark, you had another question or comment?
Yeah, another new element of this is the presumed presence of the federally threatened coho on the tributary that runs through the property, if I understand that correctly. However, so that's new, but however, are there any visions? Currently, there are no plans for riparian restoration or enhancement. I don't know if there's a need other than to remove the house. What are you guys thinking about in terms of that?
Yeah, I would say since the bulk of the restoration need is located within like the established landscape home site area, that has taken focus. But stewardship team, we have gone out there and they kind of took catalog of all the like invasive species, which did include like knotweed, and that's kind of throughout the property. So targeting those kind of will expand the restoration outside of that main focus area. But as far as like the wetland area goes, there hasn't been any immediate plans identified to enhance the wetland. I would say it's in pretty good shape, other than the encroaching structures and limited buffer, but the wetland itself, it seems to be in good shape.
Any other questions? Mary, it looked like you were trying to get connected to the audio, and I wanted to make sure.
Yes, I've been all the way since this morning. I was able to connect to the audio.
Okay, good. Hearing no other questions, Haley, thank you very much. We hope to share the results with you here in just a couple of weeks. So enjoy the rest of your day.
Yeah, thank you all for your time. Appreciate it.
Laura,
Yes,
are you there?
I am. Can you hear me?
I can hear you and I can see you.
Wonderful.
And
Hi.
that's always a good thing.
For sure.
I'm going to make sure by the way, folks, if you happen to send a chat when someone's presenting, just remember I don't get to move the mouse around until after a presentation. So I'm going to turn this over to Laura, and I'm going to make sure I get the mouse to the right screen. So Laura, I'm going to ask if you will, there you go. And see, can you move the keys, move your slides forward? Okay.
It looks like yes.
Okay. I am resetting the clock, so you may begin.
Great. So everyone, I am Laura Brown. I'm the Restoration Coordination Manager for the Habitat Program for the Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife. And today I'm going to be talking about Skamakawa Creek. But first, I would like to introduce you all to Herman. Herman owns over 100 acres along Skamakawa Creek in Wahkiakum County along the lower Columbia River. Herman plays a significant role in this project because we are proposing to purchase a conservation easement, not an outright acquisition. In this situation, Herman will continue to own the land, but really wants to protect the habitat into perpetuity. And I actually believe with the YouTube live stream, he might be having a watch party. So hi, Herman. The project goal is to purchase a conservation easement to protect about 89 acres of recently restored tidal estuarine floodplain habitat in Skamakawa Creek. Protecting this habitat will benefit ESA-listed false chinook, ESA-listed chum, ESA-listed Columbia white-tailed deer, Roosevelt elk, which are priority habitat species, and numerous other wildlife species. And just how recently restored, you ask? Well, as of today, summer of 2026, we're currently in the design phase of this large-scale restoration project. The restoration is being funded through other sources, not through RCO. We plan to go into project construction during the summer of 28 or 29, again with other funding sources, and then to purchase the conservation easement using RCO funds only once the estuarine habitat has been created. And so in this situation where the RCO funds, if awarded, become available in the summer of 2027 and go through summer of 2030, that would align well with our project timeline. And if the restoration project is not implemented, the RCO money will not be spent. And so why acquire this conservation easement? This conservation easement, which is surrounded by the bright yellow line, will protect 2.25 miles of stream bank and shoreline and about 89 acres of estuarine floodplain habitat into perpetuity. The restoration project, again funded separately, would remove the tide gate and the dike that aligns Skamakawa Creek, which restores the natural ecological processes to the site. The blue area shows the area of the site that will be inundated daily by the tides or river within the conservation easement, which is essentially all of it. So this conservation easement would be protecting this recently restored habitat. The estuarine habitat will have been planted with native species to replicate the historic conditions. This is the historic vegetation cover of the area, and the conservation easement was historically categorized as a closed forest, riparian, and wetland with and a Sitka spruce swamp. Species that were present and still are today include willow, red alder, red cedar, and hemlock. And those are also species that we will be planting in addition to other native species. Estuarine floodplain habitat significantly benefits juvenile salmon. As fish swim down the Columbia River, they pull off into these tidal wetlands and find food to help them grow. The photo on the top right shows two juvenile salmon of the same age, one reared only on the river and one reared only on the floodplain. As you can see, there's a tremendous difference in the size based on food availability on the floodplain. In addition to food, tidal wetlands provide refuge from predators and pockets of slow-moving water for juveniles to rest. As we see it, more estuary area equals more space and food for more mouths, which equals more out migrants to the ocean, which equals a better chance of more adults available to feed orcas and humans and to create the next generation of salmon. In addition to the direct benefit the tidal estuaries provide to juvenile salmon, the indirect benefits include prey production and export to the mainstem from the daily tidal flooding of the floodplain, enriching the mainstem food web with all of the detrital export and prey production from the floodplain. The tidal estuarine floodplain in this area will primarily benefit false Chinook, which are ESA listed, chum and coho, lamprey, and sea run cutthroat. This map shows the relation of this project site in red to existing patches of fish habitat, which are in dark green. The dark green squiggly lines near the project site indicate that there are existing fish utilizing the channel habitat in Skamakawa Creek, and that the project site will be utilized by juvenile salmon. In these situations, juvenile salmon are of the mindset of if you build it, they will come. At the reach scale, which is the broader picture, the project site is near the open islands of the Julia Butler Hansen National Wildlife Refuge, as well as the Lewis and Clark National Wildlife Refuge. This project supports fish that are already utilizing those habitat complexes, and simultaneously is the last stop on the Washington side within that complex for the next 10 miles. And so you can see here where there's no green patches until this area, and so that's a 10-mile stretch for juvenile salmon to swim. So it's a really strategically placed project that'll benefit juvenile salmon primarily on the Washington side of the Columbia. And yes, juvenile salmon typically stick to one side or the other in such a large river. In addition to juvenile salmon, estuarine floodplains support numerous wildlife species, including Columbia white-tailed deer. On the map here, the project location is the green star. And the blue pin is the Julia Butler Hansen National Wildlife Refuge for Columbia white-tailed deer, adding potential for Columbia white-tailed deer usage of this conservation easement. In addition to Columbia white-tailed deer, this project, something came up there, sorry. In addition to Columbia white-tailed deer, this project would support Roosevelt elk, which are priority habitat species, wintering waterfowl and wading birds, birds of prey, songbirds, including purple martins, which are species of greatest conservation need, 9 different bat species. Bat activity can actually be 5 times higher in frequently flooded areas versus dry sites, and numerous different pollinators. And so those are the benefits of this conservation easement. Let's talk about how this integrates into plans and how the community sees this. So this acquisition is consistent with the WDFW strategic plan by preserving habitat, and it also helps identify landowner incentives for conservation. Because what is a conservation easement if not a landowner incentive to protect the conservation value of their property into perpetuity? This conservation easement includes the protection of priority habitat for a number of salmonid species and other wildlife species that are all listed in our State Wildlife Action Plan, so our SWAP. The action of protecting and restoring estuarine habitat floodplains and processes is listed not only in our State Wildlife Action Plan, but also in the Lower Columbia Salmon Recovery Fish and Wildlife Plan for the Skamakawa, in the Northwest Power and Conservation Council's Fish and Wildlife Program Plan for the Columbia River, in our WDFW Bat Conservation Plan, and in our Columbia White-tailed Deer Recovery Plan. As for community support, the community is really at the heart of this project. Wahkiakum County is really working to find a balance around flooding, watershed health, economic vitality, and community resilience. And this project as a whole encompasses all of those aspects. We've had numerous conversations with all of the adjacent landowners to ensure that they understand the value of this habitat and how we will work with them and with Herman to conserve it, which includes fencing in the conservation easement to ensure that their cattle stay out of the conservation easement. We've met with Wahkiakum County commissioners who see this project as a positive example of how we can balance conserving fish and wildlife habitat with private landowner rights, especially since in this case, the private landowner wants to conserve fish and wildlife habitat. We've hosted public meetings through the Diking District to better understand public sentiment, and for the most part, the public is supportive of the goals that Herman has for his property, so long as they don't negatively impact the neighbors. We've modeled the impacts of the broader restoration project, which again is funded separately, and don't see negative impacts, and the conservation easement acquisition also won't negatively impact the neighbors. There is concern that this conservation easement will take property out of grazing opportunity forever, which is true, it will. But again, the public understands that this is Herman's decision, and as a community, they are working on balancing conservation and the economy, which this project is the example of the conservation opportunity. This project has also been highlighted and talked about through what is called the Wahkiakum County Common Grounds Workshop. This workshop brought together local and regional leaders to build trust for future collaborative projects that reduce impacts of flooding and erosion on private property and public infrastructure, restore local watersheds that support abundant salmon and natural resources, boost the economic vitality of the county, and improve community resilience to natural hazards and long-term social, environmental, and economic changes. So now moving into stewardship. So again, reflecting on the fact that the conservation easement won't be acquired until after the restoration project is implemented, which again is funded separately. The current conditions that I'm presenting here are what we expect the site to look like at the time of purchase. And so at that time, again, the levees have been removed, the tide gate is out, and the ecological processes and natural processes of the tide inundating the property daily are present. So the site is inundated daily, if not twice daily. The main invasives on the site are reed canary grass and knotweed, though there is still significant native species present. The future vision is that over time, with the ecological processes still in place and the site being inundated on a regular basis, that because of how the project was designed, that native species will over time outcompete invasive species and will also continue to control and manage the invasive species that are there. And we see this site ultimately flourishing with native sedges, native rushes, smartweeds, and native willow. And so Herman, the landowner, continues to own and steward the land. However, he's not doing this all on his own. First of all, the Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife has a number of conservation easements across the state. And as a state agency, we are positioned perpetually to steward, monitor, and enforce these obligations. We have a lands agent in each region who checks for and enforces compliance with the conservation agreements. And in this particular case, we also have the Lower Columbia River Estuary team. This is us in the top right. We are a team of 3 who are working with Herman to develop conservation goals, monitor post-restoration project trajectory, seek funding for adaptive management, and seek funding for invasive species management. Our funding comes through the Columbia Estuary Ecosystem Restoration Program, which is funded by the Bonneville Power Administration and the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers Mitigation for the Federal Hydro System of the Columbia River. This program funds restoration projects such as the one that we are implementing on Herman's property in the estuary, but it also builds on the lessons learned from all the project sponsors, including WDFW, the Lower Columbia Estuary Partnership, Cowlitz Indian Tribe, the Columbia River Estuary Study Task Force, and the Columbia Land Trust. So it builds on lessons learned from all of these different project sponsors in the estuary, providing a number of partners who help update a body of knowledge around estuary restoration and adaptive management and invasive species control. So as the restoration project is part of the broader Columbia Estuary Ecosystem Restoration Program, the SERP, this project goes into their list of monitoring and adaptive management. And so each year, the SERP develops a restoration and monitoring plan. And so I pulled from the 2025 plan as an example. So they develop this plan, and all of the projects that are implemented get at least what is called a level 3 monitoring. So this is the 2025 plan map of the Lower Columbia, and all of the orange projects are level 3, which means that you're really just monitoring to make sure that the natural processes have been restored, that there's fish passage, that the water is coming in and vegetation is on the correct trajectory. The list to the right shows a snapshot of some of the projects that have been monitored since their completion. And so project completion year is here. I think the earliest one is 2014 on this list. And that these projects are funded, they are funded and monitored, even 10 years after restoration, to make sure that they are still meeting the site goals and needs of the SERP's mitigation requirements. And so all of that will be applied to this restoration site, and it is how we will pool funding and steward this property into perpetuity around ensuring we reach the estuarine habitat goals that we're looking for. Additionally, we at WDFW are currently working on a monitoring plan that is part of our overall restoration project. And this monitoring plan will provide the template for what we are also monitoring for and when. And this this monitoring plan is what will be funded by the SERP to help us ensure that the conservation easement is meeting and upholding the conservation and habitat values required. And so this is just our monitoring plan where we're currently monitoring our pre-construction monitoring, construction monitoring, and then our plans for post-construction monitoring at 1, 2, 3, 5, and 10 years post restoration to make sure we're meeting those habitat values. And so the threats to the habitat. The habitat type, the estuarine tidal wetlands that we're protecting in this project have seen significant declines in the lower Columbia. More than 74% of tidal wetlands and 85% of forested tidal wetlands in the lower Columbia estuary have been lost since the 1890s due to development, being diked off for agriculture, grazing. And this map here is a demonstration of that loss. So the red and yellow on the map is the habitat that has been lost in the lower Columbia. The yellow is habitat that is recoverable habitat. And then the red is habitat that is lost to development. So you've got your Portland Airport, your Longview Industrial Complex, those areas that just won't be restored again. And so with this loss of habitat, we've had a loss of vital rearing and refuge habitat for juvenile salmon, as well as vital habitat for numerous other wildlife species. And not only do actions in the lower Columbia estuary benefit lower Columbia stocks of salmon, but they also benefit all Columbia Basin stocks because every fish that goes out to the ocean has to swim through the estuary, and every fish that comes back up to spawn has to go back through the estuary again. So even your fish in Wenatchee have, passed Longview twice in their life. Additionally, supporting salmon populations in the Columbia supports southern resident killer whales. A study in 2021 stated that 50 to 100% of southern resident killer whale diets are made up of Columbia Basin salmon, depending on the season. The endangered species listing language for southern resident orcas reads that perhaps the greatest change in food availability for the resident killer whale since the late 1800s has been the decline of salmon in the Columbia Basin. This project, as mentioned before, is part of this historical tidal wetland habitat that was lost. And this, fortunately for us, was yellow, so a recoverable piece. So adding to that available habitat for juvenile salmon and other wildlife species that utilize the wetlands. By protecting this recently restored tidal wetland habitat, we are also protecting the investment into this habitat and restoration project. Again, while the restoration component of this project is occurring with separate funding, the restoration of this habitat is a significant investment. What we are proposing to do is to remove a tide gate, remove a levee, build a setback levee to protect other landowners, and essentially flood this 89 acres that is currently not flooded. This is a multi-million-dollar project that without the long-term protection of the land may not happen. And so without funding in hand for that protection, we really need to figure out how to find funding for a conservation easement. And so that's why the timing of all of this is so important. And so again, I'll pull up this slide one more time. So since the RCO funding for conservation would be in hand if it was awarded prior to construction, so again, the money could be in hand in 2027, we would arrange an agreement with the landowner that once the project was completed, we would purchase the conservation easement. This reduces the risk for both the restoration funders, knowing that their investment is protected with the money in hand, and it reduces the risk for the landowner, knowing that there is money for a conservation easement at the end of all of this. This also doesn't increase the risk necessarily on RCO because, again, if the project does not go through, there won't be a conservation easement purchased. So unless the restoration project is completed and the floodplain is reconnected, then we won't utilize the funding. So community benefits. So since this is a private property, currently there are not plans to have the public on the private property, although the landowner is open to having discussions around kayak tours, from Skamakawa Creek and increasing birding opportunities, but none of that has been agreed to yet. However, the community would benefit from increased availability for fish and wildlife viewing opportunities and from the benefits of sediment trapping potential of this project. This is an elevation transect across the site that's showing substantial subsidence or lower elevations within the site boundaries. And so here's your higher outside and your lower inside. And this is typical from historical grazed sites. But this site has the potential to trap sediment coming from upstream, which keeps sediment out of the delta area and reduces flooding downstream. Floodplains also reduce flooding simply by slowing water down and trapping water that would have otherwise flooded other places. Tidal wetlands also sequester carbon to the same extent that mangroves do. And additionally, in the community of Wahkiakum County, the benefit of this project would be a successful demonstration of a state-private partnership that balances the various needs of the community. And I think that the Wahkiakum County Marine Resource Committee says it best in their letter of support. This project will serve as an important example of a public-private conservation partnership to improve environmental and community resilience. Examples of this inform local views and encourage other such partnerships. And with that, I will take any questions.
Thank you. Questions and comments from the team? We'll start with Frana.
Hi there. I'm wondering if there is, or if you have a way to even define, what is that, like, I don't know what to call it, like trigger point or milestone of success of the restoration, which would then kind of kick you into gear to execute the conservation easement.
We do. For floodplain reconnection projects, honestly, the moment that the floodplain is reconnected, that's the trigger. As soon as the levees are removed and the tide gate is removed, that property will start inundating immediately on a daily basis. And over time, that is what that's essentially what the goal of the restoration project is to restore tidal inundation to the floodplain habitat. And by just removing those barriers to the landscape, that's what triggers the success of that project. And then over time, it's tweaking the project to make sure that that the invasives are reducing and that the natives are starting to dominate again. We continue to track the channel morphology. The intent of this is that by restoring the ecological processes, it is a self-sustaining system. So we engineer the channels to the right elevation to make sure that the tide keeps those maintained, and then design the project around ensuring that that invasives reduce and natives start to dominate over time. And that's where we'll jump back in with small adaptive management tweaks.
Mark.
Great segue on that. So in adaptive management in the stewardship phase, is there, as part of the conservation easement, some assurance that the landowner take those on contingent on funding, or how does that work?
Take on which piece?
Any adaptive management actions that you identify through your monitoring.
Yeah, and again, our role through the SERP would be to support him in that, to make sure that we find funding for that the SERP, which again is the Columbia Estuary Ecosystem Restoration Program, it's a mouthful. But the intent of that program is to make sure that BPA and the Army Corps reach their mitigation credits and maintain that. And so they have ongoing funding to ensure that these projects are upholding the amount of mitigation credit that is required. And so our role on our estuary team is to communicate that with the landowner and apply that to his property.
So to follow up, so the landowner would have to do those activities so that BPA can meet their metrics, or can he say, I've had enough people working on my land here, and and not take your recommendations? How is that ensured?
Yeah, I think within the conservation easement agreement is where that would be hammered out. And in our understanding of this and our preference of this is that, again, they have to meet those mitigation credits. We want this site to be restored. He wants the site to be restored. And so the concept there is that we all agree that the adaptive management needs of the site are stewarded into perpetuity. I hope that answered your question.
Okay, Rachel is next.
Oh, but you're muted. That's all right.
There we go. Thanks for this presentation. Cattle are going to continue to graze immediately adjacent to the easement?
Outside of the fencing, yes.
Does the grazing near the site, does it represent any threat to the new habitat?
No, I mean, again, already it's too wet for cattle, which is part of the reason, part of what prompted this conversation in the first place. And they don't typically go in those wet areas, although I know everyone has seen pictures of cows in very wet areas. But we'll work to maintain the fencing. It'll have a setback levee around it, which is also sort of another barrier to a cow. And then one side there's actually a big irrigation ditch, so cows couldn't jump it on the west side, and then on the east side there would be cattle, but again they would be kept out primarily through fencing and the just general daily inundation of the site.
Got it. Okay, thank you.
And it looks like Parker has a question.
Hey, thank you. I thought you did a fairly good job covering why you felt like it was important to get the easement now before restoration, but I still, I think, want to understand a little bit more about why it's important on this funding cycle as opposed to wait until restoration's done, and it comes on the next funding cycle. You've mentioned that the funds wouldn't be used if restoration didn't happen. I want to know that restoration is aiming to happen. So what are the obstacles to restoration as to why that might not happen?
Yeah, right now it's funding for a conservation easement. It's like a chicken and an egg situation. And so the fact, and I'll go back to that slide, maybe. So, essentially the idea of having the funds this funding cycle versus the next funding cycle ensures that we have them in hand so that the landowner and the funders for the rest, so BPA and the Army Corps can commit to implementing the restoration project, because they don't want to implement what again is a multi-million-dollar project unless they know it's going to be protected into perpetuity, right? And so by having the money in hand and saying, we have this, implement the project, purchase the conservation easement, in that order, allows for them to commit the restoration funding and us to commit to the landowner, and then also the landowner to be able to commit to us, because again, it is a substantial restoration project, right? It is very large scale restoration project that completely alters the landscape. And so there's a lot of just making sure everybody's really comfortable, and to say, hey, we've got this money right here, and when we're done, we can hand it right to you. Just feels a lot less risky than, well, hopefully we have the money, that'd be in 2020, summer of 2029, maybe, it just all introduces a lot more uncertainty and to the commitment of both BPA, Army Corps, and the landowner potentially.
So what I'm hearing is you feel like you have a higher likelihood of getting restoration funding if you have this easement in hand before.
Yes.
While going
Yes.
after. Cool. Thank you.
Mary, do you have a question?
Sorry, I can't get the unmute and video.
You're good.
Okay. Anyway, the question is on the levels of checking on the properties afterwards and doing the monitoring. Going back on that table you had, I saw no highest monitoring sessions anywhere on the sheet and only a couple of mid-level monitorings. What triggers a higher level monitoring, and why have none of these projects received a highest level of monitoring?
Yeah, so for this one, the highest level of monitoring, and I think Woodland Islands has, it's cost, it's expense, it's ESA permits, it's you know, it's a number of those things. And also to say that this is a snapshot of the 2025 restoration and monitoring plan. So that indicates that potentially in 2024, there were more level 2 or level 1 monitoring options. Does that make sense? Or monitoring sites. So this is the snapshot of what the plan is for 2025, and each level 1, level 2, and level 3 monitoring are on different timelines. But I think there might be 6 level 1 monitoring sites in the Lower Columbia right now. Like it's not a large number, primarily due to cost, time, energy, effort, and permitting.
Okay, thank you.
Level 3 is the monitoring that the project sponsor can do. So this is like what our team can just go out, set up, get it done. Any other project sponsor can go out, set up, get it done. Level 1 is like NOAA researchers and PNNL, the Pacific Northwest National Laboratory folks.
Other questions or comments? Laura, is the landowner the one that's overseeing the restoration project, or who?
It would be WDFW. Okay. Yeah, and we're working very closely with the landowner, incorporating his everything that he needs to make sure that we can implement the project.
So do the restoration dollars come to WDFW?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Team members, you've earned yourselves a break. And our next project actually starts up at 2:10. See you then.
Thank you.
So, Laura, don't touch the mouse for a minute.
Okay. How do I get out of here?
Okay, now.
Perfect. All right. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Jesse Greer, North Olympic Land Trust, and we're presenting next. Should we start for that?
Yeah, no, you're fine. I'll cue up your presentation and tell you when we're ready to go.
Okay.
Thank you. Team members, hopefully you are making your way back to your computers. I am getting the next presentation pulled up. And it looks like Jesse is here and ready to go. So Jesse, I'm going to turn mouse controls over to you. So hold on just a second. I'll tell you when. All right, so Jesse, let's test this out. So why don't you double click? Then use your arrow keys to go back.
I don't see the arrow keys. Oh, the arrow keys like on my computer.
Yes.
Okay, got it. Yep, it's working for me.
Okay, good. Team members, I'm going to give you just a second here. Make sure everyone's back. I have now reset the clock. And you may begin.
All right. All right, my name is Jesse Greer, and today I'm going to be presenting to you the Lyre expansion acquisition. This project will expand North Olympic Land Trust's Lyre conservation area. This project, one too many there. All right. The project area is in Raya 19 on the north side of the Olympic Peninsula in Clallam County. It's west of the Elwha River in the Central Strait of Juan de Fuca coastal plains. It's about a half an hour west of Port Angeles via Highway 101 to 112. Oh, my slides are off. Sorry. Okay, now we're good. Okay. The project is part of the Lyre River watershed, which is located within a largely protected mountain to marine corridor. This corridor begins at Lake Crescent, one of Olympic National Park's crown jewels and home of the endemic Beardsley trout. From there, the Lyre River descends, gathering tributaries as it passes through Olympic National Forest and DNR land, eventually ending at the 280-acre North Olympic Land Trust conserved Lyre Conservation Area. This conservation area contains the Lyre River mouth and estuarine intertidal wetlands east of the mouth. All right, first we'll talk about some acquisition benefits, and there's a nice aerial shot of the project area. All right, the acquisition consists of two properties adjacent to the east side of the Lyre River Conservation Area, as shown on this map. The green parcel on the map is the existing Lyre Conservation Area. The first part of the expansion is shown in orange. These three parcels we call the Riparian Wetlands, Forest, and Tidelands property. The uplands parcel contains about 15.5 acres of palestrin riparian wetlands and an additional 4.5 acres of riparian land along about 1.2 miles of Nelson Creek. Nelson Creek is a tributary of the Lyre that intersects with the Lyre at its mouth where it runs into the Strait of Juan de Fuca. The two tidelands parcels with this property contain about 22.5 acres of intertidal wetlands that are contiguous with the conserved estuarine tidelands in the existing Lyre conservation area. The property also has about 2 acres of palestrin emergent wetlands amongst the 75 acres of forested uplands. The second property shown on the map in red, we call the wetlands and forest parcels. It contains about 10.3 acres of palestrin emergent wetlands connected to the Lyre River system via perennial streams and subsurface flow. Altogether, the expansion will add approximately 162 acres to the existing 280-acre Lyre conservation area. All right, next we'll discuss some of the more specific benefits of the riparian wetlands, forest, and tidelands property. Start off with a staff photo of some salmon in Nelson Creek. These were confirmed to be coho fry by Mike McHenry, a fish biologist with the Lower Elwha Clallam tribe. Mike has also confirmed many of the species on the following slides. All the photos in the presentation are taken in the project area or the adjacent Lyre conservation area. All right, so this slide summarizes the Raya 19 salmonid populations documented in the Lyre River, Nelson Creek, and intertidal wetlands within the project area. This project protects habitat these species use across life stages by extending the protection of Nelson Creek east of the Lyre River Conservation Area and the estuarine intertidal wetlands east of the Lyre River mouth. Declining populations of chum, coho, and steelhead all use Nelson Creek for incubation and spawning, and the Chinook uses the Lyre River. The estuary and nearshore within the tidelands parcels provides juvenile rearing and migration habitat for all these species. Resident cutthroat trout also inhabit Nelson Creek and the Lyre River, and coastal sea-run cutthroat trout use the streams for spawning. All right, now we have some photos that depict the aquatic bed and rooted vascular systems within the 22.4 acre tideland parcels that the project will protect. Most prominent species include feather boa kelp, eelgrass, and giant kelp. Okay, this slide shows some of the ESA listed salmon populations that have not been documented using the Lyre River and Nelson Creek for spawning, but they do benefit from the estuarine intertidal and unconsolidated shoreline habitats located within the tideland parcels. Juveniles use these shallow productive habitats for feeding, refuge, and rearing. Adults similarly benefit from the tidelands as they migrate through the strait to freshwater spawning areas further east. These species include Puget Sound Chinook and steelhead, two populations that are considered threatened at both the state and federal level and have declining populations. There are also the Hood Canal Eastern Strait chum and the coastal Puget Sound bull trout, which are both federally threatened. And lastly, the Puget Sound coho, a federal candidate for listing. Many other marine species benefit from the tidelands. The Pacific lamprey, which is a tribal trust species, and it's an anadromous species, has been documented in Nelson Creek and the Lyre River via tribal surveys. The Pacific lamprey also depends on estuarine tidelands as a critical habitat for their life cycle. Forage fish, like surf smelt and sand lance, are a critical food source for the salmon, and they use the unconsolidated shoreline for spawning and the estuarine wetlands for refuge and feeding. Gunnels, greenlings, rockfish, and sculpin have also been documented either in the nearshore or tidelands, and crustaceans like this northern kelp crab have often been seen clinging to feather boa kelp, like pictured here. Echinoderms like this sea star will also benefit, and many other benthic invertebrates like limpets, sea urchins, sea cucumbers, and anemones have all been documented in the tidelands. Southern resident killer whale, a state and federally listed endangered species, could also potentially benefit because of the Chinook populations they feed on that use this property. All right, next up, I'll talk about some of the specific benefits of the wetland and forest property. This part of the expansion contains 10.3, here, go to the next slide here. Okay, so this map shows that property, and this part of the expansion contains 10.3 acres of palestrin emergent wetlands that are full of wetland obligate species such as sluice sedge, soft rush, and panicled bulrush. They provide forage and shelter for species like Roosevelt elk, bears, birds, and insects. These wetlands are connected to the broader Lyre-Nelson Creek complex through perennial streams and subsurface flow, as shown on the map here. All right, now we're going to talk about some specific benefits for the birds. The Strait of Juan de Fuca is in a high traffic area for the Pacific Flyway. Thus, it supports a diverse assemblage of migratory residential seabirds, shorebirds, waterfowl, and raptors that all benefit from the shoreline, wetlands, forest, and intertidal habitat. A few examples are shown here. We have a photo of the bald eagles that nest in the Lyre Conservation Area, and then we also have a photo of some migratory harlequin ducks and a resident black oystercatcher. Here we have a photo of the palestrin emergent wetlands located further inland that benefit waterfowl, shorebirds, and songbirds. On the right, we have a picture of one of the larger trees in the Lyre Conservation Area. The Olympus Peninsula contains one of the highest breeding densities of marble murrelet in Washington state, and the large conifers like pictured here provide potential marble murrelet nesting habitat. The project expansion will protect an adjacent younger forest that will act as a buffer, and the tidelands preserved will protect connectivity to the marble murrelet's nearshore foraging habitat. Okay, sorry, got jumped ahead here. way ahead. That happened. Okay. All right, the Lyre Prairie Remnant is within the existing Lyre Conservation Area, adds a different but complementary habitat to the riparian wetland and forest complex. Pollinators within the project area benefit from the native flowering plants located here. North Olympic Land Trust staff continue to work to restore and maintain this native prairie through the cultivation of native species like chocolate lilies, Menzies larkspur, harvest brodea, and sea blush. Wildlife cameras posted within the Lyre Conservation Area have captured a critical wildlife corridor used by multiple bears, cougars, bobcats, coyotes, and deer. This corridor runs between the two Lyre expansion properties, so this project will ensure this corridor remains intact and not fragmented by residential development. All right, on to criteria 2, planning and community support. This project has received letters of support from 3 of the Land Trust's long-term partners. First is the Lower Elwha Clallam tribe. They support how the project protects 1.2 miles of Nelson Creek corridor and prevents development in order to maintain a contiguous mountain to marine salmon wildlife, wetland, and tideland corridor. North Olympic Peninsula lead entity for salmon emphasized the project's importance for coho, chum, steelhead, cutthroat, and Pacific lamprey. It also stresses that the properties are at risk of development and may not become available again for decades. Clallam County wrote a letter of support for the expansion as an exceptional opportunity to conserve low elevation upland, wetland, and aquatic habitat, as well as increase public access and advance county comprehensive plan goals. This project also integrates well with 2 upstream salmon fish passage projects that benefit many of the same species. One of these has already removed a fish barrier along Nelson Creek, replacing an impassable culvert with a bridge. The second one will remove 2 additional barriers by replacing impassable culverts with one suitable for salmon in the future. All right, next we'll cover some regional plans that the project supports. These include the RIA 19 Habitat Conservation and Watershed Plans. These emphasize the protection of riparian habitat like what is located within the Nelson Creek corridor and specifically mentioned the Lyre watershed as a priority. The Puget Sound Partnership Action Agenda emphasizes the protection of connected freshwater and saltwater habitats, exactly like the project covers. And here we have a nice shot of Nelson Creek corridor showing the habitat protected by this project that those plans support. Next I'll cover some state level plans that the project supports. First is the Washington State Wildlife Action Plan. This plan outlines the protection of connected forest to nearshore habitat like what is located on the property in order to help wildlife persist and adapt as conditions change. Another plan is the Washington State Kelp and Eelgrass Health and Conservation Plan. This covers conservation of kelp and eelgrass habitat like what is located within the tideland parcels. The plan covers how these habitats support forage fish, salmon, and healthy nearshore food webs. All right, here's a shot of some of the eelgrass beds in the project area at a negative tide. It's really showing, the type of habitat that these plans want to support that's in the project area. All right, lastly, I'll cover some local plans. In their letter of support, Clallam County outlined how this project supports the Clallam County Comprehensive Plan through critical area protection and public access. And lastly, North Olympic Land Trust's own RCO-approved conservation plan identified the expansion of the Lyre Conservation Area through the acquisition of these parcels as its number 2 priority. All right, on to stewardship. All right, the expansion will be managed with the 280-acre Lyre Conservation Area established by the Land Trust in 2014. Acquisition of Lyre Conservation Area involved the removal of a house and restoration. This shows our Land Trust's ability to execute a project like this, like exactly what is proposed in this acquisition. The conservation area contains approximately 2.7 miles of managed trails that will be expanded to include the project areas. The existing management plan will also be updated upon acquisition. It will integrate a noxious weed a noxious weed management plan, and trail maintenance schedules. Other stewardship activities will include habitat restoration and management, tribal coordination, and boundary monitoring. The stewardship funding for the conservation will also be increased upon expansion. Northern Land Trust is accredited by the Land Trust Alliance and is backed by terra firma, showing our competence in meeting accreditation standards and ensuring our organization's ability to meet legal challenges. We employ a full-time land manager with decades of experience and utilize a wide pool of volunteers and supporters, ensuring our capacity for stewardship in perpetuity. Land Trust is also committing $360,000 in cash donations to the project. All right, next up, criteria 5. Let's talk about development threat. So current zoning could allow for up to 4 home sites on the riparian wetlands, forest, and tidelands property, shown in orange here. And then it could allow up to 8 on the wetlands and forest property, shown in red. This would bring roads, driveways, wells, septic systems, and utilities into an otherwise intact habitat block. This map, depicting the subdivided parcels east of the project area, shown in black, shows the encroaching threat of residential development. This would lead to habitat fragmentation, more runoff, and septic pollution, and add a pressure for shoreline and stream armoring that would degrade wetlands. The owner of the coastal property is looking to sell soon, so a craft-free bridge loan will be used for acquisition until grant funds are available, and we have received a waiver of retroactivity from RCO so we can accomplish this. We are seeking matching funds from the National Coastal Wetlands Conservation Grant Program and the Salmon Recovery Funding Board. This project is currently for acquisition because the Land Trust heavily prefers to manage the property. But a scope change is possible if landowner conditions change. In pursuit of a conservation easement is all that remains possible. All right, as part of this acquisition, the Land Trust will also remove a vacant residence and associated septic and utilities. This house is adjacent to Nelson Creek wetlands and the straight shoreline, so careful demolition will remove an ongoing contamination risk to wetlands, groundwater, and nearshore habitat. An existing forest road and home site pad will be used for staging and demolition in order to prevent impacts to surrounding habitat. A cultural resources survey with appropriate agencies and tribes will be commissioned before any ground is disturbed. Commercial harvest also remains an ongoing risk to this property. Although neither have been seen timber harvest since the 1980s, they remain designated as forest land, so commercial timber harvest is still possible. This would reduce mature forest, riparian function, and habitat connectivity. All right. Lastly, we're going to talk about community benefits and public access. And we have a nice shot of the existing trail system on the Lyre Conservation Area. The expansion will extend low-impact access from the existing Lyre Conservation Area trail system to a diversity of habitats for public enjoyment and education. It will support wildlife viewing, bird watching, nature photography, and other passive recreation, while maintaining access for the lower Elwha Column and Makah tribes for collection and hunting. Trail design and management will keep public use compatible with habitat protection, and interpretive signs will be added to the expansion for public education and enjoyment. Beach access will also be expanded as well for activities like paddleboarding, as seen here. All right. Here we have a map of the existing Lyre Conservation Area and the expanded parcels, and the existing conservation area trails are shown on the map in brown, right here. So as you can see, expanding them onto the project area will be convenient because they already run right up to the boundaries of the 2 properties that make up the expansion. All right, that ends my presentation for the Lyre acquisition. Thanks. And take your questions when you're ready.
Thank you very much. Questions and comments from the team. And I'm going to ask you to not touch the mouse for a moment.
Okay, yeah.
That way we're not fighting over it.
Yeah.
All right, team members, you have some questions here for Jesse? We'll start with Christopher.
Hi, Jesse. Thanks for your presentation.
Yeah.
So as far as the funding goes, just had a question around the sponsor matching. So for example, if RCO were to give this grant, but the Fish and Wildlife it's a $1 million grant, that's potentially a different amount or maybe not at all. Can you kind of just go into a little more detail on the Fish and Wildlife grant and what that would look like if it didn't go through to the full amount, or maybe they didn't award that?
I mean, we're looking at other sources like Surfboard. How much they will have available is still, we still don't quite know, but we would probably just apply for more from them. And we're also very committed to this project, as I showed by the 360K in cash donations. So we're very committed, and also I think the bridge loan shows our commitment that we're very committed to this project, and we'll see grant funds if some fall through. But we applied for National Coastal Wetlands grant already and feel fairly confident, but you never know. So.
And Prana has a question or comment.
Yeah, two questions. Can you clarify which parcel is the existing abandoned house on that you mentioned?
Yeah, that's on the orange one here, because the house is, I don't know if you can see my mouse anymore, but it's on the orange parcel if you still see the map there. And the house is like kind of in that northwestern corner, because as I said, it's close to the Nelson Creek corridor, which you can't see on this map, but it's also close to the Tidelands too. So it's right there. Yep. Yeah, right about. Yep.
My other question was, I didn't catch what you were saying, or if you had mentioned it about current ownership. I know you said there was a willing landowner, but it wasn't clear to me if they are residential. Is it a logging company? Like, can you clarify?
Yeah, totally. No, they're not logging companies or anything like that. They're just private landowners. The house is vacant, so they don't live there. No one has lived there in a long time. They don't live on the property. Current use really has been, I mean, on the red property, the landowner actually does a really good job maintaining it. On the orange one, he does some maintenance too, but they mainly just use it to go out there for passive recreation. It hasn't been logged since the 1980s. So.
Other questions?
Yeah.
Hearing none. Jesse, I think you've answered everything that people needed to know to be able to score your project.
Great.
So thank you very much. We look forward to sharing the results with you here in just a couple of weeks.
Awesome. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Elijah? Hello.
Hello, can you hear me?
I can now. How are you?
I'm well. How are you?
I'm good. Hi, Ashley.
Hi, Marguerite. How are you?
I'm good. It's been a few days.
It's good to see you.
It's good to see you too. So I think the team members are wrapping up their scoring of that project, and who's taking control of the mouse?
I will. So let me ask you a quick question. Am I the one who's advancing the slides forward here?
You will be.
Okay.
because you told me you would.
Yep. I'm happy to do it. Just want to make sure.
Okay, so now I'm going to ask you to double click
Okay, let's see
on your
here.
mouse. Now use the arrow keys on your keyboard to go back, go forward.
Okay.
Look how in control you already are.
Ha! That's great.
I'm going to reset my timers here so you can get your full measure of 20 minutes. And when you are ready, you may begin.
Okay, great. Well, thank you all for having us. I'm here to present on the Willapa River Wetlands Project for the WWRP Riparian Protection Grant. My name is Elijah Dwoskin. I'm here on behalf of Western Rivers Conservancy and also joined by Ashley Knapp, our grants consultant. Let's jump in. So just to orient everybody, 1, 2, 4. There we go. Just to orient everybody, the project is located in Pacific County, just inland of the Willapa Bay, along the Willapa River, where that star is located in the southwestern corner of the state. The Willapa Wetlands Project straddles both sides of the Willapa River between river miles 9 and 11.5, which lies just upstream of the bay, and the North Willapa Bay Wildlife Area, which is shown there in teal. It's in the WRIA 24. Now, the property in question is 393 total acres and is almost entirely composed of high quality wetlands. It's adjacent to the city of Raymond to the west, where it's accessible via the Willapa Landing Park Trail, which is shown in pink on this map. It's also accessible from Sunnyside Road, shown in yellow. The project's goal is to conserve high quality rearing habitat for Chinook, coho, and chum, salt mineral sites for band-tailed pigeon, intact wetlands for a myriad of bird species, and a large tract of intact rare Sitka marshland forest. This land was previously or once owned by Weyerhaeuser, who sold it in 2020 to the previous landowner. WRC purchased the property in July of 2026 and received a waiver of retroactivity from RCO. The property will be owned and stewarded by the Confederated Lower Chinook Tribes and Bands, which is the nonprofit entity of the Chinook Indian Nation. The tribe is working on getting their nonprofit approved by RCO now so that it will be an eligible entity, and we're committed to holding the property until that happens. There is no current infrastructure or development on the property. And I just want to pause here and say that all photos that are in this PowerPoint are taken from the property, which is pretty cool. Okay, so acquisition benefits. The Willapa River Wetlands Project is a rare opportunity to protect pristine wetlands, important salmon habitat, and regional water quality. The yellow arrows indicate the direction of river flow. However, when the tide comes in from Willapa Bay to the west, saltwater will flow back upstream. Starting with the ecological makeup, the 393-acre property encompasses approximately 2.2 miles of the Willapa River and 4.5 miles of associated inlets and sloughs. About 99% of the total project acreage is wetlands. Property contains 101 acres of estuarine intertidal emergent wetlands, 219 acres of freshwater emergent wetlands, and 32 acres of riverine wetlands. The river is tidally influenced here. So the lower end is salt marsh grass habitat, which is important for rearing salmon, and transitional habitat for Chinook and chum salmon. These lands are the exact right place to target conservation of habitat that juvenile salmon need while making their physiological transformation to being saltwater tolerant. The Sitka spruce swamp that's located on the high end of the property tells the story of the water's salinity, as they cannot exist in saltwater. Salinity levels in the river and its inlets and sloughs fluctuate throughout most of the property, providing varying gradients and that transitional habitat to help with osmoregulation for salmon migrating out to Willapa Bay and further up the Willapa River. All salmon that migrate up and downstream pass through and rely on this habitat. As far as fish species, let's see, that didn't work. There we go. As far as fish species, the project has functional, high-quality habitat for 6 different fish species. NOAA has designated the property as essential fish habitat for false Chinook and coho, which are areas critical for the survival and reproduction of these fish. As previously mentioned, the property provides critical rearing and transitional habitat for fall Chinook, fall chum, and coho, which have been documented on site. Property also hosts documented populations of winter steelhead, coastal cutthroat trout, and Pacific lamprey. The dynamic systems create a variety of habitat subtypes, such as slow-moving side channels, backwaters, and off-channel ponds that these juvenile salmon use for feeding, resting, and cover from predators. Channel meanders also have to help to trap large woody debris, deepen pools, slow water flow. All of this creates cooler, more complex environments for salmon. Bird species. So the property provides incredible habitat for a myriad of bird species as well. It's habitat for band-tailed pigeon, wood duck, and bald eagle, all of which are Washington state priority species. It contains 2 mineral sites and 1 breeding site for band-tailed pigeon, which is a species of greatest conservation need. One of the primary management priorities for this species is the safeguarding of existing mineral sites, as these locations are pretty rare, but crucial for their reproductive health and success. Additional bird species exist because this property is within the Alaska to Northern California section of the Pacific Flyway. Provides nesting, foraging, and wetland habitat for up to and potentially over 80 species of both coastal and migratory birds, including flycatchers, warblers, birds of prey, and many, many others. Property is also important for pollinators. Since it's largely undisturbed and in pristine condition, it's blanketed with a variety of native plants throughout, such as salmonberry, slew sedge, and checker mallow wildflowers. These flowers and shrubs are natural, high-quality habitat for pollinators, and there's little to no weeds on the property. Other species. So the property contains North Pacific hypermaritime Sitka spruce forest, as I previously mentioned. This type of forest is rare in an undisturbed condition like it exists on this property, as most other known stands are just small remnants. With its pristine ecosystem, expansive and diverse wetland types, and rare Sitka spruce forest, this property is habitat for a variety of animals, including beavers, Roosevelt elk, and river otter. As I mentioned, all these pictures were taken from the property. Okay, surrounding land use. Subject property, shown in light pink here on this map, complements the existing network of protected lands and contributes to regional water quality. Downstream of the property, the Willapa River Estuary is an important bird area, or IBA, which is shaded in blue, which is a distinct area that provides critical habitat as designated by BirdLife International and the Audubon Society. The estuary is significant habitat for wintering and migrating shorebirds, as well as fall migration and wintering site for coastal waterfowl. The IBA is threatened by runoff and pollution from upstream timber harvest as well as residential development. In addition, Willapa Bay contains productive areas for shellfish harvesting, primarily oysters. Oysters are sensitive to water quality degradation, and wetlands help to filter runoff and prevent toxins from entering the river and flowing into the bay, thus helping to safeguard the oyster industry of Willapa Bay. Native eelgrass beds are present and abundant in the Willapa Bay, yet are susceptible to changes in water quality. Eelgrass provides habitat for a variety of marine life and increases the resilience of coastal communities to flooding. The property's vegetated wetlands helps keep pollutants and sediment from entering the bay, thus protecting water quality downstream. Further south and downstream of the property within Willapa Bay is the Willapa National Wildlife Refuge, a 17,000-acre refuge that provides habitat for over 200 species of birds. By conserving these upstream wetlands, the property can continue to filter water in the Willapa River and supply the IBA, estuary, and National Wildlife Refuge with clean water. More on the surrounding land and levels of protection here. So the water filtration benefits will become more valuable as the climate changes. The Pacific County Sea Level Rise Risk Assessment published in 2023 projected that sea levels could rise between 1.2 inches and 17.7 inches by 2050. This would increase the amount of saltwater in nearby freshwater wetlands. Saltwater can alter wetland ecosystems by changing soil structure, reducing carbon storage capacity, and modifying plant and animal communities. Protecting and restoring the property's coastal wetlands can mitigate saltwater intrusion and increase the resilience of the Willapa River to sea level rise. Now, jumping to criteria 2. 10 conservation plans point to the importance of protecting these wetlands and river habitat. I'll only describe a couple of the most relevant ones. So the guiding principle of the Pacific County Strategic Plan for Salmon Recovery is to manage areas that retain their historic natural productivity for salmon as this property does. It defines key salmon habitat as any habitat type critical for the survival of at least one life stage of salmon. With pristine designated rearing habitat, this property definitely fits that definition. It also aligns with the Washington State Wildlife Action Plan. The project protects numerous species of greatest conservation needs and priority habitats, including band-tailed pigeons, Roosevelt elk, estuarine and marine wetlands, and freshwater forested shrub wetlands. North Willapa Bay is part of the Coast Ranges and Estuaries Geographic Priority of Columbia Land Trust's conservation agenda, with goals of giving rivers room to move and flood naturally and conserving the last remaining large, undeveloped properties with coastal wetlands. That's just to name a few of the plans. So this project has been 3 years in the making, with partners working closely to ensure acquisition puts in place long-term protection and good stewardship practice. The project has the support and has received letters of support from the 7 organizations that are listed on this slide. Enthusiastic support resounds from these groups as they see the importance and value in seeing this property more securely protected, managed, and stewarded. Last May, Western Rivers and Columbia Land Trust co-organized a bird and plant survey along the river with field specialists from U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, Bird Ventures, and the Washington Department of Ecology. Just in that day alone, we saw or heard about 20 different species of birds. Now, successful completion of this project could lead to a subsequent acquisition of adjacent lands with similar wetland and salmon habitat values. The positive example and momentum generated by this project's success could propel nearby landowners to become more engaged and commit to a similar conservation sale. Okay, next up is criteria 3, stewardship. Western Rivers has been acquiring land to conserve critical habitat and provide public access for compatible use for 33 years, working with agencies and organizations to protect land along more than 200 rivers and streams in the West. We use creative real estate techniques and are accredited by the Land Trust Alliance. Recently, we completed a similar acquisition and conveyance for the surfboard-funded Willapa Coastal Forest Project. Western Rivers Conservancy Stewardship Department has a strong record of excellent land stewardship while properties are under our ownership. The Columbia Land Trust has worked in the Willapa area since 2001 and currently holds over 1,600 acres across 9 different projects. The region is a geographic priority for them with focus on conserving the last remaining large, undeveloped properties with coastal wetlands like this one. Now, the Chinook Indian Nation believes deeply in the ecological stewardship responsibilities that are taught through their traditional stories. Their connection to this place, an unwavering commitment to a reciprocal relationship with our other than human relatives, makes their role in present day ecological stewardship endeavors essential. The Chinook Indian Nation and Columbia Land Trust have a formal partnership under an MOU signed in 2024. Their partnership is a co-stewardship model that integrates the tribe's traditional ecological knowledge with Columbia Land Trust's responsible land management practices. The main risk to achieving our stewardship and management goals would be to not secure funding for the property and have it be sold to a private buyer. More on stewardship and management planning. So upon acquisition, the Chinook Indian Nation will conduct a site assessment and develop a management plan to determine long-term maintenance and restoration needs. From initial assessments, the stewardship and restoration needs for this property are low. However, if invasive species are identified, their removal will be addressed in the management plan. In the future, the Chinook Indian Nation may steward the land for traditional cultural uses such as plant gathering, fishing, and hunting, as well as other important tribal uses. They may also determine there are culturally significant native plants that can benefit fish and wildlife, as well as provide for cultural harvesting, and thus decide to plant those in strategic areas. The tribe will consult with Columbia Land Trust on an as-needed basis to ensure that any management plan for the property is based on a combination of tribal priorities and sound Western conservation science. We'll also work to ensure that the public trail on the property remains open. Okay, criteria 5, threats to the habitat. So 2 upland forested lots that are accessible there via that yellow line are vulnerable to development. Accessible by Sunnyside Road and zoned rural lands, the lots could be cleared and developed into a duck hunting club with new recreational trails snaking throughout the property. This would take advantage of the site's migratory bird habitat and lead to forest clearing that would reduce future large woody debris input and increase stormwater runoff, degrading the sensitive wetlands. Given the extent of the wetlands on site, any development could severely impact habitat connectivity and water quality. Threats to the forest, as mentioned, this is the area that could be developed, and it contains rare Sitka spruce forest, which the Washington National Heritage Program ranks as critically imperiled. This type of forest is rare in an undisturbed condition, with most known stands being just small remnants. This acquisition will prevent disturbance of this rare forest type. Another thing that we want to protect is these band-tailed pigeon mineral sites. Band-tailed pigeons rely on mineral sites to obtain essential nutrients that are vital during the nesting season. WDFW research shows that the pigeons exhibit strong fidelity to specific mineral sites, meaning they return to the same locations year after year. Many other mineral sites are on private lands and face threats from land use changes. This project ensures natural resource management of a habitat feature the local pigeon population depends on. Plus, the property's breeding site is one of just a few in the entire state. Safeguarding this property and ensuring the continued availability of these resources contributes to the stability and health of this species. Threats to the wetland. So given the extent of wetlands, any development would have an outsized impact on habitat complexity, connectivity, and water quality. Protection will ensure compatible public access and help retain habitat quality of the intact native flora assemblage from invasion of non-native species. Criteria 6, community benefits. The project will support opportunities for future research and education and public access via existing trails and public waterways while maintaining the property's ecological health. The Chinook Indian Nation will use the site to provide members with opportunities for traditional fishing and plant gathering practices. Project will greatly contribute to their efforts to re-indigenize diets by providing opportunities for subsistence living, teaching, traditional food preservation and distribution, and fostering opportunities for hunting, fishing, and gathering. In addition, birding organizations and citizen science groups could collaborate on expanded bird surveys, particularly around the mineral sites used by the band-tailed pigeons. Further, there is interest in learning more about the unique Sitka marsh forest land on the property. Public access. Since 99% of the property is wetland, full public access throughout the property may need to be limited and will likely be limited to protect the habitats. Part of the property is publicly accessible via foot from the adjacent public trail, shown there in pink, that extends from Willapa Landing Park, which has a full parking lot. This will continue to stay open. The Willapa Hills State Park Trail, shown in brown, also runs adjacent to parts of the property, meaning the property will continue to contribute to the trail's scenic viewshed. The Willapa River bisects the property for over 2 miles and already provides excellent opportunities for wildlife-oriented recreation, including boating, kayaking, fishing, and birdwatching. The Willapa River is part of the regional Willapa Bay River Trail, which is popular for paddle boating. The property adds a unique experience to be able to explore 4.5 miles of sloughs throughout and helps to maintain the river's idyllic viewshed. I thank you all for your time, and I am happy to answer any questions you may have.
Questions and comments from team members? And it looks like Parker is going to start us off.
Hi, thank you. maybe I missed it. Could you explain your relationship with the Columbia Land Trust?
Sure. Yeah, the Columbia Land Trust is a secondary sponsor for the grant. So they, at this point, are a supporter of the project. But Ashley, jump in if there's anything else I missed there.
Yes, and in addition, in the future, when the Chinook Indian Nations nonprofit owns the property, they've committed to a partnership agreement to assist with the future stewardship.
So, sorry, just one more. So how is it? It sounds like it's more formal support than just like a letter of support, or just like how other groups support. Could you just speak to
Sure.
that for a second?
Definitely, yeah. I would say definitely that they're a project partner because they are going to be on the grant agreement, and then as well continuing in the future with the management of the property.
Great, thank you.
Other questions or comments? Go ahead, Mark.
Thanks. A lot is mentioned of stewardship for traditional tribal uses, but most of the property is not accessible and unclear if or how the public might be able to access the property under CIN stewardship.
Yep. Good question, Mark. So to clarify, that small trail that extends from Willapa Landing Park will remain open for public use. It's already developed and stays out of the wetlands. Thank you. Yep. So that will remain open during Western River's interim ownership and Chinook Indian Nations ownership as well. And then the remainder of the property is accessible via water. So kayaks, paddle boards, small boats to explore the property via the water. As you know, as you mentioned, the wetland habitat is just not conducive to full public access. We don't want to have a bunch of new trails kind of snaking through that important habitat and potentially degrading what we're trying to conserve.
But it would be accessible for development of tribal resources, foods, and gathering. Is that correct?
It's a good question, and I think we expect to see that outlined more when the management plan is drafted. But at this stage, the tribe is interested because it's important habitat to what their historical lands would have. So exactly where and how they're planning to use it is will be drafted in the fullness of time in that management plan.
Other questions? Thank you, folks, very much. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
We appreciate the work that you're doing, and we look forward to sharing the results of today's meeting with you here in a couple of weeks.
Fantastic. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Enjoy the rest of the day.
Thank you. Team members, believe it or not, you have finished evaluating projects or getting close to being finished, because that was our last project of the day. So give me a moment to sign us off, and then we will do our little wrap up. For those of you who have been watching us, we are the Recreation and Conservation Office, and you have been watching applicants come in and present projects for funding through the Washington Wildlife and Recreation Program's Riparian Protection category. These applicants presented their project, and a team of volunteers and citizen representatives, as well as agency representatives, have been scoring the project to develop a ranked list. That ranked list will be presented to the Recreation and Conservation Funding Board at an open public meeting in October. Following the board's approval of the ranked list, it will be submitted to the legislature and the governor for inclusion in the state's capital budget for the 27-29 biennium. To learn more about the riparian protection projects or the Washington Wildlife and Recreation Program or the Recreation and Conservation Office, feel free to visit our website at www.rco.wa.gov. Thank you for joining us. If you're interested in seeing other projects, next week we start our presentation process for local parks and trails in the Washington Wildlife and Recreation Program. So tune in for more informative projects that are proposed across the state. Thank you for joining us.